K-U-A-M FM Hagatna, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Into my life and set me on fire. I never thought a girl could give me that burning, burning, taking me higher, making me want her in so many ways. Every time I think about that lovely lady, she takes me away, 'cause I know doesn't need a diamond ring. I know that she doesn't need material things. If I could only make her understand all she's got in me, I wanna be her man. I know that in the end we were out on a line, but all I know is for the most part pretty, baby. We had a great time loving each other, but oh, we threw it away without ever trying to mend the situation. Could have made her stay, 'cause I know she doesn't need the love he brings. I know that she doesn't need his foolish ways. If I could only make the woman see just how much she means to me. I know doesn't need a diamond ring. I know that she doesn't need material things. If I could only make her understand all she's got in me, I wanna be her man. Oh, 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 come on. Cause I know doesn't need the love he brings. I know that she doesn't need his foolish ways. If I could only make the woman see just how much she means to me. I know doesn't need a diamond ring. I know that she doesn't need material things. If I could only make her understand all she's got in me. 'Cause I know she doesn't need the love he brings. I know that she doesn't need his foolish ways. If I could only make the woman see just how much she means to me. 'Cause I know doesn't need a diamond ring. I know that she doesn't need material things. If I could only make her understand all she's got in me, I wanna be her man.
KUAM FM Hagatna, Guam. BREEZE Breeze 93.9 FM. Feel the music.
Hey Snoopy man, how you doing man? I saw you with a girl last night. She was fine. But there's only one question I want to ask you, dog. Did you get her? Oh, come on, man. Did you?
I never met a girl like her before. She dances so sexy on the dance floor. She sway her body while I hold her tight. Well, Snoopy's gonna get her tonight. She lift up her legs, she was on her
pass it on the floor, you got to tell her. No, it can be later. She's like no other. No intimidation till you try to impress her. Coming down and making up excuses, she'll be gone. Come on, little Subi, you should try and take her home. Won't be alone now. About to make a moan. All you gotta do is spread them out, just keep that dog at home.
Never met a girl like Beverly before. She dances so sexy on the dance floor. She sway her body while I hold her tight. Well, Snoopy's gonna get her tonight. Have you ever had a feeling when you're with someone? You know that time is right, you got it going on. That is how I'm feeling with this girl on the side. You know that Snoopy's gonna get her tonight. Snoopy's gonna get her tonight.
The time is right, it's gonna be getting us tonight.
Snoopy's gonna get her tonight.
He's gonna get ya.
Snoopy's gonna get her tonight.
The time is right, it's gonna be getting us tonight.
Snoopy's gonna get her tonight.
Cosina uli di sombranzelten e zu te saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentanu iti man ko badi
Chamoru Pulitanota Kantai Matuno Nyagitoru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpai Paraiona, Parai Gloria, Abiba Isla Selpara, Toru I tempo I paz, Paraita, Zangini Lanina bendition. Contra biligo na fansofuam Zeus proteis langom Contra biligo na fansofuam Zeus proteis langom
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
All right. There's some stuff Sabrina's doing. Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning. Thanks for letting Joser know we were gonna. He's like still running out there. We got him like setting up his shop. But
I think this is our Monday. This is our Monday morning.
Yeah, you are looking live at the beautiful Harmon skyline, as it were.
Yeah, it's very beautiful.
On a Thursday morning.
Looks like it's going to be a great day. Good
Top
morning,
day, everybody.
Good morning, Jason, Sabrina. Of course, welcome to the link. It's Thursday, June 3rd, episode of the show, Year of Our Lord 2021. We're going on KUM TV at 8 o'clock. Jay, how you doing this morning?
Good, man. Doing good, my friend. We got. I have not seen Norwood, Pennsylvania before. I had to actually look it up, but we have Vince Buntu Regis coming to us from Norwood. Good morning, Vince.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure. Is Norwood, Pennsylvania? So are you a Steelers fan or an Eagles fan? If you're in Norwood, please let us know. Also, we got College Station.
Wow.
Checking in Texas. Giga Maggies. That's Texas A&M country right there.
George Salas Jr. Buenas from Tacoma, Washington.
All right, way up there.
Juana Lozano, good morning from Florida.
Oh, what part? Whereabouts in Florida?
I don't know. Where the Chamorros be.
Yeah, there's Chamorros all over Florida. I got a really good friend of mine. He's at the air base down there.
Right.
There's some like right up in the Panhandle. There's a lot. There's a
My
lot.
sister lives in Florida.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Don't ask me where. I don't know where. Somewhere in Florida. All I know is Florida.
But you know, Chamorros.
You know me. If I ever go visit my sister, I'm gonna show up in the Florida state line. All right, where's your house? Oh.
Where's your house? Where's the oranges?
Right.
What time are we going to Disney World?
Right. Yeah. Where's Jimmy Buffett?
Yeah. What time are we going to SeaWorld?
Right. 6:21. Jay, who's coming up on the show today?
We have coming up on the show our friend Kathy Castro, of course, the president of the Guam Chamber of Commerce. She's going to check in and let us know what is going on with the island's private sector. Things are starting to reopen right now, so obviously industries and private entities want to keep it that way, so we're going to check in with her and see what the tempo is, what the attitude is. She's probably going to have maybe an opinion or two, I would think, on the RISE Act and where we stand with that. So Kathy's coming on at 7 exactly. Dr. Hoan Wen, the chairman from the Physicians Advisory Group, will be joining us at 7:30. We're going to check in with Doc and see what he has got going on. Of course, it being Thursday, I believe the physicians group is going to meet tonight, right? That's right, yeah. But we haven't caught up with Doc in a minute, and there's definitely a lot of things going on with the PAG and also with the vaccination effort. Mm-hmm. As remember, we've got this July 21st Liberate Guahan target date that the Guard had put up. And you know, I'm sure Doc is going to be in a good mood and everything like that. Can't wait to congratulate him because his daughter, who is a frequent contributor here in comments, is now a high school graduate. Wow. We have our Chief Public Health Officer, Chima Mbakwem. Guys, yesterday we had 17 positives. Today, or last night, 14 positives were reported, right? So there's definitely been a little spike. So we're going to talk with Chima Mbakwem. And for those of you wondering, so the one yesterday, I mean, yesterday's number was kind of high. So it was 17 out of 1,200, or no, 17 out of 1,242 the other day. Tuesday. So for those of you who want to like work out the math, last night was 14 out of like I believe 522. So proportionally, that's a little bit more cause for concern. But Chima's going to break down all the numbers, explain where they may come from and what that might mean for us. Right. 6 people hospitalized. So I mean, obviously, we're still in this public health emergency, and that's why, because the COVID is out there, guys. Be safe. We'll find out. Is it clusters? Is it? Are they catching people coming in? Through quarantine who maybe aren't vaccinated, or you know, what's the status of these positives? Are they any of them fully vaccinated? Are they half vaxxed? We'll find out. Speaking of which, before we get to the rest of our run, can I just tell everybody about? Please do, Jay. Yeah, there are a ton of vaccination opportunities. If you, your friends, your family, your classmates, people you go to church with, and everything like that, Adelup actually put out a series of schedules right now. So today, from 9 in the morning until high noon, over right up here north, over at the Estumbo Senior Citizen Center, there's a COVID-19 vaccination clinic. If you would like to get vaccinated, you can either. I was showing the graphic earlier. There is a QR code on it. You can also go to KUM.com. Oh, here we are. Thank you, Joe, sir. So up in Estumbo, if you want to get vaccinated, 9 to 12 once again, or if you are watching us right now and you prefer doing the URL thing, just hit tinyurl.com/COVID-stops-with-me. And you can book an appointment. Again, 9 to 12 up in Estumbo. That's not the only COVID vaccination opportunity we have coming up today, because also in the northern part of the island, today and tomorrow from 8 in the morning until 10. This is a 2-hour window. So right before the Micronesia Mall opens, up at the mall, right up the street from us, they are having a vaccination clinic. You can register for that at tinyurl.com/VaxGuam. Walk-ins, they say, are welcome. But, you know, make sure that you try and book an appointment sooner than later. So today and tomorrow, 8 to 10, up at the Micronesia Mall here in Dededo. And then on Friday, 1 to 4 in the afternoon at the Northern Region Community Center, there is going to be a vaccination clinic right up here in Public Health. So you can get that. And that is 1 to 4 as well. Give me a second to navigate my phone. And then if you also want to get vaccinated, you can get them at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse if you will be around Mangilaos, starting every day from Tuesday up until this Saturday from 12 in the afternoon till 5:30 in the afternoon. And then, oh, yes, here's the other one. Like I said, there's a lot of opportunities for you and your friends to get vaccinated. Tomorrow, oops, I'm sorry, that's Friday, June 11th. That'd be next Friday. Over at FD, they're going to have a vaccination clinic there. Friday, June 18th, over at the Hyatt. And then Saturday, June 19th. So that's next week. We'll keep you abreast of all this up at the Gigo Gymnasium. So there are a lot of places, my friends, where you can get vaccinated. So please take advantage of them.
Right on, 627. Also, coming up on the show this morning, we're getting the Chief Justice of the District Court of Guam, Justice Francis Taineko Gateway, Jay.
Yes, and to talk about let me get the poster here. Because it is Pride Month, of course, because it is June. It's the Pride Month Equality. It's a panel discussion, and Her Honor, along with a. I like it. Okay, so
wait, it is.
You have to kind of see this to appreciate the wordplay, right? So it's
right.
equality. It's not equality like it was normally spelled. Equala-TEA.
Right. So it's a tea party.
Yeah. What is spilling the tea? I don't even know what that means.
Spilling the tea is like spreading the gossip, maybe?
Is that what that?
Well, I guess it's supposed to mean like spilling the tea, like telling someone secrets or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. So that's not the context.
Or
of this.
it also means just
talking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Business tao, Jay.
There you go.
Yep.
Okay, so Her Honor, Chief Justice Francis Taineko Gatewood will be the co-moderator, along with Tanya Munya, a former KUM family member here. She shot sports for us for many, many years, and she has been the deputy. She's with the Marshal Service.
Yeah, the federal.
Yeah, and Tanya's a very good friend of ours, but she takes her job very, very seriously, and it's going to be good to catch up with Tanya.
Right. Is there any COVID testing going on?
Testing today.
We had a comment. Hey, good morning, Bev Test Jay Solis. Also, Juanet Luzano is watching us from Tampa Bay, Florida.
Yeah, I know I put a link in yesterday's show. Let me. Yeah, there is because Bev Test Jay Solis always have. Oh wow. Okay, so sorry. Coach K at Duke plans to retire after this season. Wow. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But
no, go for it, Jay. We got a lot of time.
No, I'm bringing up the testing thing. So, so if you go to dphss.guam.gov, they have all of their testing schedules, and I'll put the link in there because I hit that yesterday. I'll get that for you guys. So Bev Test Jay Solis always asks about what's going on
Bev
with
Test,
testing.
you can also go and get tested at the Northern Public Health facility. But if you're experiencing symptoms, I believe you can go to any clinic and they'll test you as part of a sick visit.
Yeah.
629. So there's definitely a lot of vaccination going on. I wanted to talk kind of for a second about vaccination, and there was a policy that came out of the University of Guam, which I understand is similar to policies in other universities. But so this is the policy for employees working on campus during the phased reopening of the University of Guam, which began this week. And I believe that they have to be either fully vaccinated, or if they're not, provide a weekly negative COVID-19 PCR test. And so I was able to reach out to Jonas Macapinlack from the university, and he wrote me, I understand the new requirement may be inconvenient, but we're putting special emphasis on health and safety and doing our part to stop the spread as we welcome people back to campus. Students that are taking classes on campus have to meet those requirements as well.
And that is kind of in line with like you see what like a lot of mainland institutions are doing, like at the collegiate level too. Is they're basically saying, you know, like if you want to come back to campus and everything like that, do the right thing and, you know, get. They're basically telling their student bodies, you know, you need to get vaccinated if you want to come back.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about that though? Kind of mandating the vaccination, because we've always talked with just everybody who comes on, the doctors or whatever, and there's just always going to be that chunk of the population that, for their own reasons, may not want to take the vaccine. Whether it's, you know, safety concerns, health. Remember, there's even people who, if you have certain health conditions, you just can't take the vaccine.
Yeah. Under certain conditions, you just might not be able to, or you might have some, you know, philosophical, moral, you know, stance against it, which is completely understandable.
Yeah, totally. There's also that segment that they just can't take it because of whatever existing condition that they have. So, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like, should we respect those people who can't take it or don't want to take it and make accommodations for them?
That's where it starts getting really, really tricky. But I mean, I think the fact that, you know, I mean, mandating until you can't mandate anymore is maybe what they're going to do. And they're going to say, okay, and now we've reached these fringe cases, these edge cases. We don't want to give people too many options because then we have like a big mess to deal with. But let's try and get as many people vaccinated as is humanly possible. And then we'll have to, like, you know, like you said, deal with these people maybe individually and try and, you know, accommodate them.
I mean, but there's always just going to be people who just don't want to take the vaccine or can't take it.
You know, I was talking with a buddy of mine when I was on my vacation, and what is that one sect of? I believe it's like with the Christian Science Monitor. I mean, there is a sect of Christianity where you don't believe in taking engineered like medicines and everything like that. You're still a proper Christian.
Are you talking about Scientology?
No, it's not Scientology, but
I get what you're saying.
But you know, it's through devotion and through prayer. You know, like, you know, the body can naturally.
Yeah, I mean, there's that too. There's people's religious beliefs.
Yeah. And you may just say, you know, like, you know, I may even want to, but my faith, you know, kind of like prohibits me from doing it, so I got to follow that.
I mean, and I understand it's also a question of like the public good, right? I mean, with this vaccination, we're being told that it's, I mean, it kind of seems like the evidence shows that it does help us avoid the spread of COVID.
Which is interesting because our friends from industry, I know I've got a lot of friends in the States that work in the tech sector, and like big companies like Google and Facebook and, you know, Netflix, they were telling all of their employers or employees going all the way back to last year, they're like, you know, don't expect to come back in the office until like next September. Kind of like the underlying subtext being, now that the vaccine's out, go get it, go do what's right, and then we'll move that deadline up, because we can't tell you that you have to get vaccinated, because, you know, then you're going to go on strike, and then there might be this whole big, you know, HR mess that we have to deal with.
Right. Yeah. Just wondering about it, because so if you're not fully vaccinated and you're going over or working over at UOG, then you have to do the weekly negative PCR test.
Yeah.
Which is also interesting to me, because we all know that, I mean, a weekly test, you could take a test today and then tomorrow go run into someone who has the COVID, and you're just waltzing around the whole week with a negative test.
Yeah.
It's just interesting to me, because I know that there's always been that part of the conversation where you kind of respect the privacy of people, and whether, because there are people who don't want to take any kind of vaccines, whether it's, you know, I mean, right? There are.
Or what if you're one of those people, and, you know, again, we're not passing judgment on, you know, how you conduct, you know, yourself and your family, but there may be people that says, you know, my parents said I shouldn't, and they have not, so therefore I will not, or I cannot do it. I mean, you know, and that's totally understandable too.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, you know, we need to also make space and respect people's wishes and how they want to handle their own health, as long as they're, you know, masking up and observing all the protocols and not putting other people at risk.
So maybe that is the plan. It's like, okay, we can just safely assume maybe 93% of the population will do it if encouraged to, if told to, if educated that they need to.
Yeah.
And then for that last 7% where you have these really, you know, awkward and, you know, like you maybe have to manage them and massage them a little bit more directly and everything like that. We'll
Or
figure
again,
out how
Jay,
to
maybe
how to
they
handle
maybe
them.
they just can't take it because of health reasons or whatever.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question.
Yeah, I've brought it up before. I said, from a human resources standpoint, like for employers, and you
Right.
say, wow, we've got this one person interviewed with us, did fantastic. I'm just being hypothetical here,
Yeah.
but an employer may say, this candidate came in, was a total rock star. We want to bring this person on, but we're like, we're just going to ask him, have you been fully vaccinated? And they're like, I'm going to disclose, I am not, and I do not plan to because I'm just against it, or I can't do it for whatever reason. And then you got to figure out how you handle that.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because there was an equal employment opportunity guidance that came out and said that companies can make employees take the COVID-19 vaccine. But again, like companies versus government
Yeah.
and all that, it's
Okay.
a little bit of a gray area.
Here's another situation, and if you don't mind, can I ask you, right, as a father of 5, what if
Oh, God.
what if when you're
These
young,
questions are always the best.
no, what if your younger ones when they are within the age to get vaccinated, what if they said, Dad, I don't want to do it?
Yeah, I mean, kids have
Obviously,
done really
you're-
well.
you're-
Okay, guys, I'll just tell you how I feel. I feel like, we want to go and vaccinate people under 12, but if you look at the data, they do okay against COVID.
No, I'm saying, what if your kids just made like a hard stance and they're like, Daddy, I've gone online, or I don't want to get the shot, or I just don't want to do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't let them do it.
Oh, you would give them the choice and you would honor their decision.
Well, yeah. I
Okay.
mean, and I'm just not, to me, I'm not sold on, do kids under 12 need it? That's all.
Yeah. When my dad was still alive, if I was a young one and everything like that, and if I just said, I don't want to do it, he'd be like, okay, that's an interesting opinion, and I respect that opinion.
Now get in the car.
Too bad, yeah.
Yeah, of course, it's a different generation.
Yeah. Bring
living
bottled
it
water
now.
because we're going to California.
But I mean, I'm just saying that, Jay, because I also personally feel like kids did really good against the COVID, and I've been fully vaccinated. I mean, we all have, right? And
Yeah.
I think that's probably good enough for my family.
And I asked Sabrina's son, and I was like, when the time comes, if they give you the choice, will you do it? And he's like, he said pretty confidently, yes, right, Bree?
I don't think he has a choice.
Yeah.
Now when it comes to you, if Brock went up to you and said, Mom, I'm just not into it, or
I'm just not into it.
I'm just either I don't want to get it done, I don't see the point, or I'm scared, or for whatever reason he said he didn't want to get it done. What would your stance be as a parent? Like, too bad we're doing this.
Too bad, so sad.
Yeah, but we'd also talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about
Yeah.
you, Joe, sir?
It'll be a family discussion.
Yeah.
It'd be a family discussion.
Yeah. Of course it would.
But my son's pretty down. He's not scared of.
He's
needles
pretty
or
down.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be like, okay, if I get the shot, can I go back to like playing Minecraft?
Right. Can you give me the shot while I'm playing Minecraft? Yeah, interesting.
Can I interact with other people getting the shot while playing Minecraft?
All right.
Yeah, so all these different like organizational things. I mean, there's so many balls up in the air with like this thing, and reinforcing the fact that we are not done by any stretch of the imagination. I know it kind of seems that way. I was very surprised, I guess is the right word, when I was on vacation. Like I caught a little bit of like a mainland news and everything like that, and it really seems like some people in the States are thinking like they were speaking about the coronavirus era almost as if it were in the past tense.
Yeah.
And I was like, where are you?
Well, I
guys
mean,
getting your
I think
info?
we've reached a point, Jay, where we've learned to let's just be honest with each other. We've learned to live with this virus.
Mhm.
We've worked around it. We really have. I mean, 17 positives would keep us home, 6 months ago. Now we're like, 17, but it ain't 30. 14, it ain't 80. You know what I mean? So we have learned to navigate this island and this world, even with COVID-19. We have. I mean, there's enough people who are, and if you do the math on it, right, if there's enough people who are fully vaccinated, that mathematically, I don't know, it kind of seems like it would be very difficult for us to have another crazy surge.
Knock on wood.
I mean, knock on wood, totally.
Let's-
But then the other part of it is, and all the doctors we talk to here is we're supposed to get the boosters, right? So all
they've been
this
saying
whole
that.
effort to vaccinate everybody, which has just been a tremendous success. It has been a logistically great job. It's going to have to probably start over by next year. All right. 6:39.
I did
Yes,
want to
Jay.
add. I did want to add one real
Please
quick thing, you guys.
add 2 real quick things.
Very, very touching moment I saw yesterday because,
Okay.
like, after I got off work, you know, like it was in the afternoon. I went for a nice walk. You know, everybody was socially distant and everything like that. Got a nice did some cardio for about an hour and everything like that. And then when I was going by the gas station to grab a drink afterwards, even in there, you know, they're still making sure that not too many people are in the facility and everything like that. But you know, Superintendent John Fernandez was telling us yesterday that the GDOE graduation season kicked off yesterday with JFK graduating.
Right.
I saw 2 Islanders there with their gowns on, like getting drinks. And I gotta say, this is hard for me to say as a Sanchez grad and everything. JFK is like our arch rival. We have like so much respect for them and everything. JFK is always that green and gold. When you wear that, like in a cap and gown, that thing pops, man. It looks good. And I just thought it was such a great moment to see, like, you know, these young people who are embarking on this new chapter in their life. They are graduating in a semi-traditional sense, and it was just like one of those like images. It was like, it just looked great. I mean, it made me feel good. So congratulations to the Islanders.
Viva Islanders!
Viva JFK!
Right on.
And I think John said tonight is for the next 11 days, right? But tonight I believe is Tees and High. Or
Right
this
on.
afternoon is Tees and High.
Go Titans.
Yep.
At 6:40, we're going to take a really quick break and come back with the news right here on the link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Gancharfris, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Join us each week for Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. With more restrictions lifted, our community is back out and about. And getting a little retail therapy has never been more needed. Tune in every Tuesday morning to The Link, where Chris, Sabrina, and Jason will talk shop with local businesses about products now available, new items hitting the shelves, and old favorites that are back and ready for you to purchase. It's Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link, brought to you by your friends at Pacific Grocers. Brands you trust by people you trust.
And in my heart, I know you're meant for me. Ooh, this feeling must be real. The way you make me smile, the way you make me feel. There you were, the one that I've been waiting for, my answered prayer. Like an angel sent from up above, my shooting star. You are my love, my dream, my meant to be. When we touch, I get this funny feeling in my heart. When we
Hey, good morning. Taking it nice and easy on this Thursday, June 3rd. Yep, June already. You can say that for every month of COVID. Oh, man. May already. Oh, my God. Can you believe it's June? Yeah, I can. 6:46. Good morning. Coming up, Dr. Holland, the Physicians Advisory Group. Let's get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off today, good morning, everyone. A former police officer, Jose Ananich, is scheduled to appear in the District Court of Guam this morning. According to court documents, the case has been, quote, sealed for the reason that law enforcement is still working on others involved in an ongoing drug trafficking investigation. Ananich is scheduled to make his initial appearance in court at 10 o'clock this morning. Anthony Vincent Ignacio is joining co-defendant Randy Jr. Chaco Nalta in a motion to dismiss. Both are now claiming self-defense under Guam's Castle Doctrine. They were arrested for the February shooting of Jesse Kitachai along San Francisco Street in Agate. Nalta faces attempted murder charges as he's accused of pulling the trigger, while Ignacio was charged for assisting in the crime. Kitachai had allegedly been threatening Ignacio, and during a confrontation, Kitachai attempted to assault the co-defendants with weapons in hand. That is when Nalta allegedly shot him. Guam records 14 new cases of COVID. The latest positive results were from 522 tests performed on Tuesday. According to the Joint Information Center, one case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. 6 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,187 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 139 deaths. 62 cases are active, and there have been 7,900 recoveries. A total of 6 people are hospitalized. The CAR score has gone up to 0.5. As for vaccinations, a total of 82,116 people have been fully immunized against the virus. The Archdiocese of Agana is working with public health on contact tracing after 2 schools each reported 1 positive case of COVID. According to a media release, St. Anthony Catholic School reports 1 member of its school community tested positive for the virus. The regular school year already ended for St. Anthony's on May 21st. However, because St. Anthony's has begun summer school out of an abundance of caution, it will revert to full remote learning for its summer classes for the rest of this week. The Academy of Our Lady of Guam also had 1 member of its school community test positive for the virus. School administrators of St. Anthony and the Academy assure their parents and guardians that they are following all the necessary steps to ensure the safety of their students and adults. A Port Authority employee is tested positive for COVID. Port General Manager Rory Respicio was notified He says an additional 44 port employees have been identified as potential exposures. The single positive case remains in active isolation and is experiencing mild symptoms. Respicios says the port contact tracing team worked immediately to identify all the contacts and notified public health to schedule testing for the exposed employees. And with more news, here is Tyler Mazzanani.
When it's in half a day, everyone, I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. The Department of Administration says it has an urgent need for a new financial management information system. But despite a proposed emergency procurement, the process has remained stalled for many weeks now.
DOA Director Edward Byrne made his case once again for a new financial management system during his agency's budget hearing. He said many of the big problems that arise can be traced to an antiquated legacy system.
Technology has changed the way we all interact over the last 20 years. There are so many aspects of our lives which we conduct differently because of new technology. GovGuam is no different. Increased transactions and rapid reporting drive our needs, and that is why the change is considered an emergency.
Byrne says he continues to press the Attorney General's office to complete its review and met with them as recently as last week.
I well understand, that the purpose of having the Attorney General's review is to prevent or at least reduce the likelihood of a protest. And indeed, generally, that's happened. But if the result is that there's a whole lot of delayed procurement, I don't know that we've achieved too much.
Byrne has been hesitant to discuss an estimated cost for a new system, but when pressed, said it would be around $8 to $10 million. Another hot-button issue discussed at the budget hearing was a new wage study on nurses' salaries. DOA Personnel Services Administrator Shane Ngata says the needs are overwhelming.
Nurses in particular, due to where they're employed, have a lot of intricacies for each department that we have to take into consideration. We did have a meeting with nurse leadership, and they did convey to us some of the major issues concerning compensation. Some of them are issues that they deal with compression, which we've seen before.
DOA expects to submit a draft of the nurse wage study to the governor as early as this week.
Meanwhile, GPD also underwent a budget hearing Wednesday. One of the standard questions being posed to department heads is whether they've requested American Rescue Plan money to augment their budgets. But a standard response is also emerging, such as in this exchange between Minority Leader Chris Duenas and Police Chief Steve Ignacio.
What that amount was?
I don't have it offhand with me, sir, but we did turn it into Mr. Carlson at BBMR and also to, other staff at Guadalupe. But I think everything is still under review, so I don't have the numbers with me, sir.
So you don't have the dollar figure with you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you, is it for capital improvements or personnel or?
Well, we were all over the place. I mean, because we don't have guidance yet as to what is allowed or not allowed. We've asked everything from personnel, equipment, cars, buildings, construction. So, we're all over the place with it because we didn't know what the guidance was. So, we're just submitted a wish list. But, it's my understanding from the governor's office and policy that, there's no firm commitment yet. There's no final rules. So there's still, everything's still under review.
Okay, it looks like that's the standard answer. So I got you, Chief. I've been there.
Senators have said they want to know how much in ARP money the departments will be getting so that they can adjust their budgets accordingly. It appears that so far agency heads are keeping that information ambiguous. The Guam Power Authority has completed its investigation into allegations that several employees may have been participating in online gambling while on the job. Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani reports.
GPA General Manager John Beneventi laying the cards on the table.
Our internal auditor went through the process.
It was in March when allegations surfaced via an anonymous letter to Senator Joanne Brown, which was then forwarded to Oversight Chair Senator Clint Rogel. The writer alleged online gambling was going on at the utility agency, and the investigation should begin by looking into the HR division. The author alleged there was gambling in other sections like customer service, procurement, and the T&D division.
First and foremost, none of them are involved with the gambling scheme, if you will. Two, yes, they're innocent, I would say innocent participants in the process, trying the app and doing all of that. They did not use GPA personal equipment to do that. Of course, it's all on their personal phones. Then last but not least, we do have a regulation that says utilizing gambling on government facilities is subject to some action. And so they have done that. There's less than 5 people that have done this, have taken the action, have issued them a letter of warning.
Beneventi adds he's also issued a letter of caution to all employees at the agency.
To make sure that they are fully aware that this type of situations are not warranted. No?
As reported, other agencies where allegations of online gambling while on the job surfaced included the Guam International Airport Authority, Port Authority, and the Guam Police Department. Their directors confirmed they were contacted by federal authorities.
The federal Paycheck Protection Program that provided nearly $800 billion in pandemic economic relief to 8.5 million businesses has officially closed. In a statement, SBA Administrator Isabella Guzman said, "I've heard story after story from small business owners across the country about how PPP funds helped them keep the lights on, pay their employees, and gave them hope." The SBA says 96% of PPP loans went to small businesses with fewer than 20 employees. The most recent statistic through the end of May shows some 1,445 Guam businesses received loans, totaling more than $106 million. That's it for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
A residence in Estumbo has become a community trash concern. Neighbors have made multiple complaints, and the Dededo Mayor's office, along with Guam EPA, echo the concern. Here's Adriana Cotero with the story.
It's been a lingering problem for years now.
We get frustrated because, we've helped you clean it. Let's help you again.
Dededo Mayor Melissa Savarez joins her village in frustrations over an Estumbo residence in the Dollar Home area that has become a major eyesore.
You can tell that there's other things than just the trash. There's rodents. But as far as the vehicles that were there, we removed maybe about 15, maybe not more than 15 vehicles from just that one house because they have 2 sides.
In the past 5 years, Savarez says her office has paid several visits to the family residing in this home, providing as much assistance as possible to clean up all the clutter.
What we do and how we help is we actually, after the trash is bagged or while they're bagging it, we actually bring a trailer because a lot of their excuses is they don't have a truck to haul these things to the solid waste facility. Even when the neighbors even offer, hey, let's get together and do this. They're saying, well, what is it to you? And they had an attitude where, you guys are picking on us. And they said, no, we're not. We just want to help you beautify our neighborhood.
Savarez says they even pay for the disposal of the trash, but the piles just continue to grow, as do the complaints from neighbors. KUAM reached out to the homeowner, Rosa Taitagui, who is 81 years old and is receiving assistance from family members to maintain the property.
They did offer, but they never brought the trailer there, not once. And many times my mom was calling in, asking us for assistance to help us start, because the trash don't even belong to us. When my mom asked the mayor twice, I think during the pandemic to help, we get rid of the trash, they said yes, but they never showed up.
Although Savarez says otherwise.
And, during COVID, especially, when the kids' families were walking to Estumbo Elementary to get their meals on, on a daily or on Fridays, you know, the kids have to walk through that area to get from their homes to the school. I actually went there and I said, you know what, this is a problem. You know, if you bag it again, we'll help take it out.
According to Savarez, Guam EPA has issued citations here in the past as the residents allegedly began illegally dumping into the vacant lot behind their fence.
There was a time, several times, when we were with other government agencies in the area, and EPA was there at the time, and we literally saw them take trash from their house and take it to that vacant lot and put it over there. And you know, EPA, we looked at EPA, the EPA guy that was there, and said, did you see that? And he walked over to them and gave them a citation.
EPA spokesperson Nick Lee confirms that the agency has responded to this home on numerous occasions. Savarez says she has expressed to the family that they need to do their part.
We want to clean up that area, especially it's right near the elementary school, the middle school down the street, and our Istanbul gym is right there.
Afaji shares this sentiment and says they are working to clean up the mess.
I have, and we are trying to take out all that trash, and we're still working on it. We have not given up.
Okay.
It's not easy, but we're doing it one day at a time. And with lots of mayor's help, it's even harder.
President Biden has declared June a national month of action to get more Americans vaccinated. His administration wants to build on the momentum that's underway in the fight against COVID-19. More than half of Americans over the age of 18 have already received at least one dose of a vaccine. Deborah Alfarone reports from Capitol Hill.
President Biden is making an all-out push to get more Americans vaccinated against COVID-19 by the 4th of July.
We're at 63% of adults with one shot, and we're getting closer. We still have work to do.
The president is pushing to have 70% of Americans vaccinated by Independence Day.
If you get a shot this week, you can be fully vaccinated by July 4th, by the week of July the 4th. And you can celebrate Independence Day free from fear or worry.
Mr. Biden plans to recruit faith-based leaders, barbershop owners, and celebrities in the effort.
More than 28 states and D.C. have fully vaccinated 50% or more of their adult population as other states try to reach more people.
In Massachusetts, Governor Charlie Baker announced a new mobile vaccine program at Market Basket supermarkets with perks.
Everyone who gets a vaccine at Market Basket, the Commonwealth will give them a $25 Market Basket gift card.
Beginning Friday, New York City will begin offering vaccinations at 4 schools in the Bronx for kids between the ages of 12 and 17.
We are doing something here that's working, and we want to build on it.
Los Angeles County is now giving shots at transit sites to help increase rates.
I feel like for the working class, these buses are convenient.
Once the nation reaches President Biden's vaccination goal, beer giant Anheuser-Busch says it will give away free brews to Americans who roll up their sleeves. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Capitol Hill. CBS News, Capitol Hill.
And that's your news. We'll have more on the link after the break.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Good stuff. 7:08. Good morning. It's Thursday, June 3rd.
Wait, that's a collab, right?
Yeah. Jay, no, it's not a collab. It's a collabo.
Okay, that's the Dolls, and who's singing the refrain?
Boomer.
Oh, that's Boomer.
Yeah,
okay,
it's the
nice.
Boomer night. Chris.
Nice.
The Bowback Boomer. It's called "Show Me It's the Right Time." Right time, 7:08. This is The Link. Good morning, brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points. Jack in the Box. Jay, when is Milkshake Day coming?
It's going to have to be, well, tomorrow, in tribute to the class of 2021 graduates, we are all going to toast here on The Link, bright and early in the morning.
Right on.
We're going to toast you guys by drinking milkshakes.
That's it.
At 7 in the morning.
PG-13 friendly.
And I'm lactose intolerant, too, and I'm going to do milkshakes.
That's crazy. You know, that's the one thing. I didn't know my father growing up, but he was half white. That's why my last name is Barnett. But it's the one thing that I can definitely thank him for is because I have a little bit of that white blood, I can handle the cheese. I can handle the ice cream. I can handle the lactose. Bring it on!
Yeah, thanks for those of us who are.
That's it, yeah. You probably got it in you. If you have any of the American blood, Jay, you could be good.
Bree, you're not lactose intolerant, are you?
No.
No.
It's imaginary, guys. Lactose intolerance is an imagination thing.
Well, excuse me, sir.
No,
I beg
Jay,
to differ.
I'm sorry, it's a made-up illness. Because when you eat cheese and dairy, of course, it's
Chris,
gonna
you've
mess
been a
with-
very good friend to me, like for many, many years. But
I'm
you
just
say
saying-
lactose intolerance is a hoax. I'm gonna jump over this board.
Hey, I didn't say COVID's a hoax. I believe in COVID at least.
Dude, as someone who has lived with lactose intolerance, and
No,
granted,
look,
lactose
Jay.
intolerance is not a debilitating
Yeah,
disease.
yeah.
It's just, if you have a couple cheeseburgers with
Yeah,
a few
then you
hours
have
in
a
between-
hard time in the bathroom, but that's what happens when you eat dairy because it's fat. So yeah, of course you're gonna have a hard
My
time.
body
with
can't
it.
process it, and many, many Chamorros. Link fam, please back me up on this. Like many, many Chamorros do have lactose intolerance.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop them. They're not. They man up about it, Jay.
Yeah. But you know what? I was very, very tardy to the party, and I discovered almond milk like years ago, like after it was already like a big thing. And almond milk is great.
The chocolate almond milk is good.
Yeah, like goats. Everybody always told me, like, "Hey, you ever tried goat's milk?" I'm like, "You ever tried goat's milk?" I'm not a goat's milk guy, but yeah, but dairy and I have never really gotten along. But I mean, I still eat it. I just gotta,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
in moderation.
It doesn't stop you. So we're gonna have a milkshake. Let's go for Milkshake Monday. What do you think?
Milkshake Monday?
Huh? Jack in the Box. Bree, you down?
Milkshake Monday?
Yeah, we'll get some milkshakes.
Well, Joe, sir, are you lactose intolerant? Is anyone in your family lactose intolerant?
Jay, I told you. It's made up. Yep. He's Filipino. Put it in front of him, he will eat it. That's it. Except the vegetables. He doesn't eat vegetables though. Right?
Yeah, okay, that's the thing. Link fam about Joe, sir. How long has it been since you've eaten vegetables?
He's vegetable intolerant.
No, you've made a conscious choice. I mean, it's not like you just don't eat vegetables, right? Okay, he is not the only one.
It's a choice. Respect his decisions.
The legendary sportscaster Al Michaels, who famously called, among other things, the 1980. Do you believe in miracles? Yes, he called it when the U.S. hockey team beat Russia, in the Winter Olympics. He also has not eaten a single vegetable in 40 years. Wow. And he does just fine. Al Michaels looks great. I mean, he's in his late 60s, if not 70s.
Joe,
now.
sir, I know you say you don't eat vegetables, but you eat rice, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a vegetable.
But so Joe, sir, like if they make stir fry and everything like that, your stir fry is basically just like the meat and the rice. No green peppers, no.
I harvest the vegetable out.
Okay, he picks it apart.
Yeah, separates it and he gives it to his kids because that's the kind of dad he is.
Okay, now, I hope you don't mind me asking, right? But with your lack of vegetables, right?
Right.
The lack of roughage, are you
backed up a little
regular?
bit, Joe?
Regular.
He's totally regular.
He's regular.
Yeah.
Well, he also takes his vitamins.
That's the only regular thing about him.
Joe sir takes a lot of vitamins like religiously. He exercises frequently, even during the lockdown and everything. He's actually very healthy.
He is. Yep. He's a good guy.
And plus, for the first 20 some years that we worked with Joe sir, he had like 9,000 jobs.
Right.
He would work. He would be here. After that, he would go be a DJ in a club. He'd do.
And then he'd go cook. He'd work at McDonald's.
Yeah.
These
gigs on the side and everything.
He's a
Hardest working man in
busybody.
show business. Right
He's
here.
what we call a bumatatsu. He's always on the move. Hey, there was something the legislature yesterday. I had to crack up. We had this story in the link update. But was it the Gpd budget hearing, Sabrina?
What?
Yesterday? Was that a Gpd budget hearing with the chief, or was it just like?
Yeah, it was GPD's budget hearing.
Yeah. So it's GPD's budget hearing. We've been talking about this whole thing where it's like some The agencies have already talked to the Gov about how much American Rescue Plan funding they're getting, which leaves the senators in a funny position of having to do a government budget without, knowing what that government budget really is, with all this ARP funding going around. And there was kind of this back and forth with Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas and Police Chief Steve Ignacio, where Chief Ignacio had said, yeah, we put in a request for our American Rescue Plan money. And Senator Duenas said, can you let us know what that amount was? And the chief was like, I don't have it offhand with me, sir, but we did turn it into Mr. Carlson at BBMR and also to other staff at Adelup. But I think everything is still under review, so I don't have the numbers with me, sir. You don't have the dollar figure with you? No, I don't. I just thought that was kind of these senators. Hey, it's 7:15. Let's take a quick break, Bree. Okay?
Sure.
And we'll come back with more of the link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cowboy Enterprises, Jack in the Box, and IT&E at 7:15. Good morning.
Join us each week for Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. With more restrictions lifted, our community is back out and about. And getting a little retail therapy has never been more needed. Tune in every Tuesday morning to The Link, where Chris, Sabrina, and Jason will talk shop with local businesses about products now available, new items hitting the shelves, and old favorites that are back and ready for you to purchase. It's Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. Brought to you by your friends at Pacific Grocers. Brands you trust by people you trust.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly email newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified. My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Gancharfris, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Ekangok ega zan edza kifinut samoro giasuntun samoro kada dia gi KUAM News. Gatsa gi idaling na programa gi alas 8 gi egan gi isla tomorrow streaming radio pedi KUAM News YouTube na channel para linabian ng fasilidad mizu. Malata fanita para mas informasyon matrasa dilihencia isang presyosa na kulturata entry sesultan na sepbi kada dia ilingwahin natibo ni Itzamoro. Yasunto gi finut samoro sa nina fafatu zan pedalinunudzi ni familian mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Catero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
All right. Go up the big hill to the middle school, take you a selfie with that awesome mural there. It's a mural of Chief Goddow. And remember the old legend, Joe, where it's like you had the two chiefs, and the one chief was like, huh? North rules. And the other chief was like, no, huh? South rules. And they're like, oh, let's go power check each other. And they got in the canoe and they started rowing in different directions. And the canoe, they were so strong that the canoe broke in half. Like, that would just be such an awesome visual, right? That's what we should do with this ARP funding. We should make a movie. Wow, but you know what, man? The feds have really been busting ass on this meth, this crystal meth. I hate crystal meth. Yeah, and there was actually a case that Bree reported on in the news earlier this morning, Bree.
Right, the details are still, we're not sure because the case has been sealed in district court,
Right.
but a former police officer, a former DOC officer, Jose Ananich, is scheduled to appear in the district court of Guam this morning. He was brought into the Hagatna detention facility at around 6 o'clock last night. According to court documents, the case has been sealed, quote, for the reason that law enforcement is still working on others involved in an ongoing drug trafficking investigation.
Right.
He's scheduled to make his initial appearance in the district court at 10 o'clock this morning.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy with all these, federal cases where, the feds are talking about how dirty our cops are. Right? It's a very popular topic over at the U.S. District Courthouse. I would say it's trending. Guam law enforcement, a lot of them are dirty. And they're in bed with the drug dealers, the meth dealers who are poisoning our island. Venenu. Yep. So thank you to the federal authorities for working hard to get these bad guys. And so this is crazy. John Ananich is the brother, right, who ran for senator.
Right.
Yeah, who owned the bar. Got it.
And they both owned that.
They both owned a company. It was like Armor Coatings or something.
It was, Armor Coatings Micronesia.
Yeah, and so this was, it was funny because when I was Googling John Ananich when he ran for senator, because I was like, who's this guy? That was what came up, was he did an interview with KUAM, like way back, was it like 2010 or something? Was it you? I think Sabrina might have interviewed him about like, hey, this great company. And it's one of those like they spray the back of the truck with the Rhino, whatever. I don't know if it's the coating thing.
Rhino lining.
That's what the trademarked one is. Yeah. But I don't know whatever one they were doing. I don't even know it's still open. Yeah, but that's crazy. 'Cause John was a cop too, right? Yeah, they were both cops. Right. Ooh, that's nuts. Yeah, they got to get all these dirty cops though, man. They got to. This meth is just freaking crazy. These drug dealers, they own the island. They own the island. They really do. They own it.
But again, this case is sealed, so we don't know what the official charges are.
Yeah, of course. I know. But, I mean, you see routinely, Bree, when they seal cases, what's the motive for the sealing? And then what usually happens later? Because you're really familiar. You covered courts for years. I don't know. I'm just wondering. Why do they seal cases?
Well, because there's still an active investigation.
Right. And then so, like, how long do they usually seal them? And
it could be years.
It could be, huh?
Yeah.
So what is going to happen in court this morning?
Well, we're not allowed inside the courtroom when the case is sealed.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. That's what we're working with.
But he's making his initial appearance this morning.
Right. And what we can tell you is it's sealed because it's part of an ongoing drug trafficking.
Right, according to they didn't seal the actual filing, right?
Yeah.
So it's quote, for the reason that law enforcement is still working on others involved in an ongoing drug trafficking investigation.
Right.
So yeah, they brought him into the Gotnia detention facility last night at around 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And you know he's familiar with the DOC because he once worked there.
Wow.
I'm not sure if he was at GPD first or if he was at DOC first, but he worked at both locations, both agencies. DOC, he worked at DOC from 1991 to around 2003.
Wow, that's a long time. 12 years?
Yeah, if you did the math.
I did the math, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rollins, my late math teacher. Wow, that's interesting. That's so interesting. There's a lot of stuff going on in the federal court with the meth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many cases, right? And then some of the cases are being unsealed. Like, there was a case, was it Tuesday, that Adriana reported on, is it Jose Quirigua, I think?
Oh, yeah. This is the Leo Palace one, or?
No, this is another one.
That was another one.
But it was like 868 grams.
Oh, yeah. Dude, 868 grams of meth. How many? You know, they got to start. Give it to us in pounds. Come on, guys. You know what I mean? Give it to us in pounds. All right, Dr. Hoser. What is it? 860, huh?
868
Well, here,
grams of meth.
let's ask Google. What was it, 868 grams?
Yes, 868 grams.
Hey, Google, what is 868 grams converted to pounds?
Of meth. Make sure you say of meth.
It doesn't matter, though.
I know, Bree. Yeah, but how many pounds it is in meth? It's 2 pounds. It's 1.914 pounds. Right. But, you know, I'm sitting here, you know, patting the feds on the back. Of course, thank you. But how about local customs? We had Ike Pareto on here. They have seized 79 pounds of meth. $79 pounds of meth this year. I'm sorry. That's something I'm happy about. And then it was like 140 something pounds. Was it 140 pounds of weed? Yeah. Anyway.
I have it written down somewhere.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, that's good. Keep track. Watch this stuff, guys. That's crazy. It's 7:27. Let's go ahead and you want to get Dr. Ho on? Let's go ahead and bring Dr. Ho on.
He might have. Oh, there he is.
There he is. Hi, Doc. Good morning.
Morning, Doc.
You just got to unmute and then we're good. Good morning, Doc. Oops, he says.
Good morning, Doc.
He's saying he can't hear us. He's chatting right now.
Oh, that's weird. That's unfortunate because my voice is really sounding good this morning. All right, let's go take a break, Jay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take our break. We're going to do some yoga in the studio and then come back here with Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group. Good morning.
Uno Go. Join us each week for Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. With more restrictions lifted, our community is back out and about. And getting a little retail therapy has never been more needed. Tune in every Tuesday morning to The Link, where Chris, Sabrina, and Jason will talk shop with local businesses about products now available, new items hitting the shelves, and old favorites that are back and ready for you to purchase. It's Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. Brought to you by your friends at Pacific Grocers. Brands you trust by people you trust. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
As you remember, the president had said he wanted to get, I forget the actual number, but it was just a crazy amount of vaccinations done by a certain date. As he on Wednesday announced a month of action to urge more Americans to get vaccinated before the July 4th holiday, including an early summer sprint of incentives and a slew of new steps to ease barriers and make getting vaccination shots more appealing to those who haven't received them yet. We saw that there was one jurisdiction in the States where if you got vaccinated at like this grocery store, then they would give you a gift certificate for the grocery store. And we also saw that there were reports that in the States, they're actually, buying Americans 21 and over a round of beer. If President Biden's 70% vaccination goal is met. Get a shot and have a beer, Biden said, advertising the promotion, even though I guess the president's not a drinker. It's pretty interesting. Additionally, the White House is partnering with early childhood centers such as KinderCare, Learning Care Group, Bright Horizons, and more than 500 YMCAs to provide free childcare coverage for Americans looking for shots or needing assistance while recovering from the side effects. All right, let's try this again. Lord, please make this work. Thank you, God. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, guys.
That's it. Little victories. How are you, Doc?
You.
Damn, I feel like I missed the boat because I got vaccinated so long ago, and now reading in the States that they're giving away beer and gift certificates if you go get vaccinated.
You gotta go get vaccinated again.
I gotta Hey, Doc, can we just start there, like with the booster? Because I know we've had you on before, but just if you could clarify, right? So these vaccinations that we got, how long does the science say we're good for, and what do we know about having to take the shot yearly?
I think it's going to come down to a yearly, just like the flu vaccine. So I think we start our vaccine in December. So whoever get December would be, again, get the booster in December. You know, it's not a firm thing yet, but it looked like it's going to be rolled out that way.
So does that mean that every year we're going to have a similar effort to what we're seeing now, where we, mobilize at the University of Guam Calvo Fieldhouse, or, at the clinic level? Or is it going to be kind of on everyone? Because, like with the flu vaccine, right? I mean, not everyone takes it. And when they do take it, they go to the clinic to take it.
Yeah, that's something that I have asked public health to see that we can sit down and plan ahead of time. We need to plan in December already, rather than wait till December and start do the planning. Just because I think we have to do a lot we have to approach this a different way. That we have to group people in certain, maybe twice a month you can do this, but you cannot be open UOG every day for the next 1 year.
Yeah.
It's impossible. It's going to drain the guards a whole lot. So we have to approach a different way, planner, to group people. Remember, you can be, about 3 to 4 weeks late of your shot. So, but you have to kind of make the announcement earlier, several months earlier, and try to educate people and get them scheduled to line up for the booster. A lot of places now are requiring a COVID vaccine. Especially you can see a lot of universities in the state are required to have the COVID vaccine for you to attend school there. So I know my daughter, she's gonna go to Loyola, and that's a requirement. Just like the meningococcal vaccine. So and some business will mandate the requirement if you have a lot of face-to-face with customer service. We will have to plan like yesterday.
Yeah, that was a comment in here. I thought they were planning already, and I just commented LOL.
Yeah, just on the private side, we plan for, but on the public side, so we have to really all the private clinics should be partnered with public health and try to come up with a plan how to immunize the rest of the island. There's a lot of people, and you have to approach it systematically, or if not, it's going to be a mess.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we have to give the government a break because they get paid more than the private sector.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be annual. So it's going to be more likely to start in December, Chris. So I will get mine more likely in December for the booster.
What does the data say, Doc? Like, let's say, I got vaccinated, but the year comes, I don't get the booster. Am I coming in hot for COVID or what? Like, is there any science on that?
Yeah, more likely your immune system will come down and you won't have the level of protection that you wish. Data out there is truly no firm data on how long the protection is. It's anywhere from 3 months to a year. Just like right now, the CDC guideline that if you are fully vaccinated and you come in close contact with someone positive, you don't, for the first 90 days after you're vaccinated, fully vaccinated, you don't have to be quarantined or you don't have to be testing at all. You don't have to do anything at all. So, but it's only a 90 days window. So the question is, what happens after that 90 days?
Wow. Physicians Advisory Group, what has the discussion been like with you guys?
Right now, our main discussion is how to go forward before the Liberation Day. We are talking about, when to relax the quarantine further, when to see if we can safely somehow discontinue the quarantine facility for incoming passenger. Those are discussions that we talk about, and what's the trigger point if we have to reconsider anything, if we have a surge, what's the surge criteria, the positivity rate or the hospital admission, what's the number. So those are we have to talk ahead of time and try to come up with some plan, because this thing is, really, we can't predict what will be the next week or months that what can happen. So those are discussions that we had to talk about, and we will talk about tonight to make sure that when can we move the new guideline in the next few weeks.
How would you further ease quarantine?
At a certain point when you have a certain percentage of population vaccinated, you just have to not quarantine people in the hotel, but you can require quarantine at home. And just so for especially an unvaccinated person, you just have to require them to do PCR testing prior to arrival and home quarantine rather than hotel quarantine.
Wow. So you're saying that the way that you guys would ease the quarantine is currently, if you're not vaccinated, you go into the hotel, but you guys want to change it. So if you're not vaccinated, come with a negative test, go to home quarantine.
Yes. Once you have a certain percentage of the population vaccinated rate, especially adult, probably 18 plus, you have to kind of open the island and somewhat allow people to do home quarantine, because remember the purpose of the vaccination, it makes it so it's safe for the community, and then also to decrease the risks and the number of people being hospitalized, and that's the key. As you see right now, we passed the current quarantine guideline, I guess in mid-May or something. But so far, the hospital admission is not that bad, and also the positive rate is not that bad. So we take one step at a time, and in order for us to to safely evaluate something, and we need to have about 2 cycles on the virus, which is 1 month, to make sure that the positive rate and the hospital admission is not going through the roof. And so far, it have been doing very well.
Right.
So no cause for concern that we just had 14 positive cases yesterday.
Yeah, Sabrina, we're going to have some positive rate out there as we relax the quarantine. You can see in the restaurant, in the gathering, there's a lot more people out there. But again, the majority of us have been fully vaccinated. I think we are about 63 or 64% fully vaccinated, adult 18 and over. So you can see that even if you have positivity out there, you don't have that many people in the hospital, and that's the key. Again, the people in the hospital are just unvaccinated persons, and that's their choice. So we just try to encourage people to get vaccinated, so we don't have to be in the hospital as much as possible.
I think when we had you on, I'm not sure if you guys brought it up earlier about this whole QR code program. Is there anything? Is there an update on this?
Yeah, the QR code are on time, and right now we are working with different private entity and also present to GVP and discuss on how to roll it out. It's very simple. It's basically, you don't have to walk around a piece of paper for verification. It's on your phone. It tell you if you're fully vaccinated or not, and also at toward the 1 month or so before your vaccination expire, it will kind of ping your phone and send you an SMS message to remind you that, hey, it's time for the booster to come on. And there's different incentives that the business side of the house try to do on the restaurant or business retail store that can give people that have a QR code that show to them that they're fully vaccinated. You can use that for travel. And you can include your last COVID testing out there also on the platform. So it's pretty convenient for people to go forward. It's all digital. And again, you don't have to worry about lose a piece of paper or carry a piece of paper around with you, because everyone have their cell phone with them. So that's the purpose of QR codes. So it's on time. So it's supposed to be rolled out sometime mid-June. At this point, so June 15. The question is, how do we roll out without getting overwhelmed?
Right. When are you going to travel, Doc?
I'm going to take my daughter to college at the end of June. So I have to do some travel. And talk about travel. Yesterday I kind of listened to, I'm not sure who's talking, but I know last night Janella was saying that the public health is overwhelmed with travel clearance, PCR testing.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of confusion out there. I know even in the internet that it's not very clear. Even in United, the website is not very clear. But I want to tell people that unless you go to Hawaii and stay in Hawaii for a day or two, that Hawaii will require you to have a PCR testing. But if you just transit from Guam through Hawaii, even through Narita, that you don't need the PCR testing. So save your money and save your headache. I keep telling people that, and when they come back to the island, say, yes, doctor, you're right. I don't need it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, you don't need it. So the only time that you need the PCR testing is if you're going to stay in Hawaii. If you're going to transit, there's a website there that you can sign up ahead of time and and they give you a QR code or confirmation that tells Hawaii that you just transit. And if you do that, you don't have to waste your money nor your time. So, don't overwhelm public health, or if you want to pay the clinic, you can do that, but you're wasting your money. So I just want to to make it clear, I know there's a lot of confusion in the internet when you call United, no, the 800 line. No, I don't think the people online know that Guam is U.S. territory. We are not foreign country, so they're gonna tell you that you're gonna need the PCR testing, but you don't need it.
Yeah.
So I just want to let people know that don't spend so much time or know your money to do that.
Yeah, you got to let people know that, especially the people in the media.
I know, so that's why I say we gotta get the message out that just like I say, you don't need for transiting, and none of the United States, any state that require you to show a PCR testing before you come in. Now you come from international flight, they might ask you, but you can tell them, hey, I'm just transiting. I'm not staying in Japan. I'm not staying in Korea. I'm not but international flight, yes, the U.S. And the U.S. territory and the United States require to have some type of PCR testing or antigen testing before you arrive on U.S. soil. But if you're transiting, you don't have to. Okay?
Right.
It costs a lot. Anywhere $150 to $200 to do the test, and you waste your money.
Been there, done that, Doc. That he is absolutely correct.
Yeah, Doc. Like let's say you're going to go to Las Vegas, right? Would you need a negative? I mean, just totally unrelated to anything that's going on with anybody I know in this studio named Sabrina. But if you were going to go to Las Vegas, would you need a negative test coming from Guam?
You don't need it. Okay. Again, sign up on the online. So if you go through Hawaii, there's a website there. You say that you transit, and they don't require you to do a PCR testing. Okay. You can go to New York. You can go to Louisiana. You can go anywhere.
What about Las Vegas?
You don't. You don't need it.
Okay, so you don't need one if you're going to Las Vegas.
Yes.
Okay.
I transited through Denver. You don't need it.
You don't need it in Denver either?
No.
Okay.
On the way back, Japan, no.
Right.
Because you're just transiting, so like you said.
Yeah. Jerry Flores comments in, Doc, we hear so much conflicting information. She's right, because, I mean...
I did. So the first time I went to Vegas, I had called United asking what are the requirements. Do I need a negative COVID test before, I get into Hawaii?
And then she made me call United.
Right, because the first person told me, oh, yes, right? And then I was like, wait a minute. So I called back again like several hours later, and then I was on the line for a while, and they said, no, because you are U.S. territory. You don't need the negative test because you're transiting. So I asked Jason, hey, can you call United just to make sure for like a third time?
Yeah.
And it was the same thing. You do not need that negative COVID test.
Sabrina thought they were just telling her she needed it because she's Sabrina.
No.
Trying to give her a hard time.
No. So save money, okay? So money is important. So
no, spend your money, boost the economy.
You can buy something else.
Right. And it is about $200. What about, Doc, the vaccine verification printout, right? Because you can get it from public health, and I know that when we had Chima on, he also said, oh goodness, so many people are calling, it's summer, people are traveling. You only need that vaccine verification printout if it's required in the jurisdiction that you're traveling to, the destination, correct? Do you know what destinations require this vaccine verification form?
None. The only one that requires SICAM. Okay? If you go to the United States, you don't require the verification. If you go to SICAM, yes, they require, but that's the requirement. But don't call UOG. They overwhelm, and most of my patients they call and no one answer anyway.
Oh, no way, Doc.
So the thing
wait,
here is
hold a sec, Doc. Wait, you're saying that there's people who are calling the UOG call center, which was set up because we didn't have enough people to answer the phones at public health. But when people call the UOG call center, which was set up because we don't have people to answer the phones at public health, no one's answering the phone.
It's like a 6 line, and you go through the 6 line. So, but the only time that you really need the verification, if you travel, just like Sabrina said, to jurisdiction that requires right now is only SICAM. If you go to United States, anywhere in the state, you do not need a letter. And if when you come back to Guam, you don't need a letter of verification. Public health decided they're gonna put, a whole bunch of people at the airport to check through the web IZ. So it's a slow process. But again, they check online already. You don't need to show up with a piece of paper. So if you have a lot more time, just do something else. But you don't have to go up there and pick it up, and you end up losing anyway. So I wouldn't do that unless you go to Saipan.
They need a new manager up there at the OG call center. I mean, it's like you literally have one job to answer the phone.
No, it's very hard, Chris. I mean, you have 100,000 people on the island, and you try to call 6 number, you're not going to get through. That's something that they should put the message out that only if you travel to and,
Well, I mean,
and not just a letter for anything else.
Doc, that's the case with every government agency.
Yeah. So don't get it unless you go to Saipan, guys. You don't need it. Okay. Unless that letter is what we try to do is very important for us to get our immunization up to 75-80% by Liberation Day. We really need to incentivize people to get the other 10% of our population to go out and vaccinate it. That's the hardest part. And this is where all the incentives that they put out there at the business level, the restaurant, retailer, or whatever the government can do to incentivize people to get vaccinated. Maybe the letter come in play that, hey, I'm vaccinated, so that way you can have some discount somewhere. But that's something that that you might need. I don't know what the business requires, but you don't need the letter of verification, so don't bother to do that neither. Okay, so
do you need a letter of verification?
Yeah, you don't need it.
Well, if you're going to Saipan, then you might need it.
Yes.
If you're going to Saipan, hide all your Guam tattoos.
Yeah, so maybe we'll come up with a jingle, right? So about when you need the letter of verification. 670, otherwise no.
There you go.
Yes. And Saipan come to Guam, we do the same. We require a verification, so Saipan will have a letter too.
Right on.
So just vice versa, okay?
And just for people, just so you know, if you are going to Saipan, even if you're fully vaccinated and you have your letter of verification, that $400 entrance fee
is cut.
When did you talk to Kevin?
I texted Kevin yesterday.
Afternoon? Because he told me they were still working on it.
When did he tell you that?
Yesterday morning.
Oh, stand by, Bree.
Yeah.
This is 11:30. He said, yes, $400 fee should be off the books now.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the update, Chris.
Sorry, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Hey, you don't need a negative test if you're going to Las Vegas, by the way.
Yeah.
And one the message I want to pass out is that
I was texting on a personal capacity, Bree.
Yeah. Next school year start in August, and we really need to have the children vaccinated as much as possible. We are trying to decide to see is that okay for the children to don't have that 3 feet distance in the school, in the classroom. So that way every student can go to school. But the only way we can do that is at least 80% of the children have to be fully vaccinated. So they're going to have a lot of outreach for the children during the summer, the next 2 months. So if you please get your children out there and don't wait for the last minute, because remember, the Pfizer take 3 weeks apart, the first dose, second dose. So, don't wait till July to get it, because you'll be late for school. So I would say that this June, throughout the month of June, there's a lot of outreach. Please get your children out there to get vaccinated. Just like we have Father Duenas, I think
next Friday. Yeah.
So remember, you're gonna take 3 weeks. So the first week of July or so, that's when you get your second shot. So it takes time. So it's not a one-shot deal, so don't wait till the last minute now. So
Doc,
please get out there and get your children vaccinated.
we had a question just to go back and verify. If you're going to Hawaii and staying for a day or so, you need a negative PCR test. Yeah, right.
100%, yes. If you stay in Hawaii.
And then we had another comment here from Maria Sablon Harris. I was told multiple times that the verification process speeds up the process at the airport. Is that true? We don't know because we can't go in that part of the airport.
Yeah, you're going to have a line for verification. So I guess if you have the letter, then you can show they don't have to look in the web IC. But you're going to have one line for them for verification. So it's all the manual process. So they have to either look at your verification letter or they're going to look at your name on the web IC. Either one.
Okay. Well, Doc, thank you for your time. When you going?
June 27th. But, I'm going to still do a lot of Zoom meeting from the States, so it's not truly a vacation.
Right on.
Well, congratulations to your family, Doc.
Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you. But please get immunized, and I'm going to try to see if public health can release a bit more information on the positive.
Well, we're getting...
regarding, I always say it's important for people to know that out of the positive, all the positive, how many people are partially vaccinated, fully vaccinated, or unvaccinated. It's kind of important for people to know. But so far, that information is not out there yet, but they should release those.
Yes, well, we're getting Shima on a little bit. Doc, just real quick, is everyone vaccinated at private clinics or DOD all entered into the public health web IZ?
Everyone that, now, DOD is different. They have different systems. So they're going to put a web IC, but all the private clinic, all the pharmacy are required to input all the vaccination in the web IC.
Okay, thank you, Doc.
You're welcome, guys. Have
God
a
bless.
good day. Okay?
Be safe. Right on. A quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV next.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Guam. 801, good morning. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Man, I am still... That was if you missed that interview we had with Dr. Ho Nguyen, the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group, very, very authoritative, very definitive. We're going to have that up on YouTube for you guys like when we're done with this show. But man, I mean, we could have gone easily like another hour and a half with that, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what I was... the one thing I was thinking of, maybe we can bring this up next time Doc joins us, is he was saying that, there is going to be a massive, strong effort to try and get the children of Guam vaccinated this summer. I wonder if it's going to be like, if the private sector is going to be encouraged, or maybe GovGuam, because remember the governor, when the vaccinations really started rolling out, what was it, Bree? The governor said GovGuam employees can get 3 hours of leave to get vaccinated, like on their own, which is the same policy that they use for election days
Voting,
and then for All Souls Day. I wonder if they're going to do something similar over the summer, because not everybody, has a caretaker at home, and if there's kids at home during the summer, people are going to have to take their kids to the clinics to get vaccinated.
Well, what Dr. Ho had talked about was incentivizing vaccinations, which is something that we're starting to see. stateside, where Bree will have a story on that in the news coming up.
And what's got 2 thumbs and was saying that incentivizing is the best way to go to get this thing done? This guy.
Right.
Remember, we were talking about that. We were even joking about it like last year when Dr. Ann Pobutsky, the territorial epidemiologist, was here, and we were like, okay, so maybe instead of saying we're going to lock everybody down, how about saying if you do get tested, if you do get vaccinated and everything like that, we'll give you $10. We'll do something.
Hey, well, United's got their sweepstakes going on. I don't know if any of you guys have signed up yet, but June 22nd, I believe, is the deadline for you to submit or upload your COVID vaccination verification information.
Can I just add, right? When in my former career, right, I was working in telecommunications. This is way back, right? This is in '99. I was working at IT&E, and that was at the time when we were rolling out throughout telecommunication. It was called the North American Numbering Plan, right? Your household has to pick its default long distance carrier, right, provider. So when you dial 1 and the number to dial to the States, it automatically goes through that carrier. And so all of the carriers here locally, it was a big run up and everything like that. And he said, because that's massive
it was
income.
Huge. Man, you guys don't even know at the time that happened, that opened so many doors for being able to call to the States.
Yeah, and it was a huge thing from IT&E, NetPCI, all of the different telecommunications
that was
providers.
Uncle Carl, right? Under Carl?
Yeah.
Carl?
And so and when I was at IT&E, what we did was, our founder, Joe Perez, we gave away a house. I believe we gave away some vehicles.
By the way, our show is brought to you proudly in part by IT&E.
Yep. And point being, we did a lot of these things, and they were major incentives to get people to sign up with us. And for a lot of people, the psychology is that gets them over the hump. It's like, I'll get around to it later, or I just don't want to do it and everything. You dangle a carrot that's substantial enough in front of somebody, they're going to take action.
Yeah, well, you only have 2 choices. Either it's a carrot or a stick, and I don't think this is really a situation for a stick.
Yeah.
But we had a story, Bree, nationally that you played in the news at 6 o'clock, where they were, I forget, I want to say it was maybe Boston or something, but there was they just did these vaccinations at this grocery store. They're like, anyone who gets vaccinated here today gets $25 gift certificate. And then they were also saying that Anheuser-Busch is going to buy a 6-pack for everyone over 21 who's been vaccinated.
Oh, that's going to do well on Guam. If anybody gives away beer.
People were like, how do I get vaccinated twice?
Yeah.
I'll make a case. Right. So that's it because...
And Dr. Nguyen was kind of
shot, second shot.
He was kind of hinting at that. He goes, maybe something with the restaurants, maybe with the retailers, if they can, figure out some,
free appetizers.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Now I feel like we should have waited. Right? If I'd have known they were going to be incentivizing stuff in the States, or even here on Guam, I would have waited.
We talked about it at the top of our show right around 6:30 or so, and we said, okay, well, we've gotten all the people that wanted to get it for the most part have already gotten vaccinated. They did the right thing. Now there's those people that for whatever reason, we said, philosophical, health-wise, religious,
or maybe they're just working because they haven't had a vax clinic at night.
Too busy,
right? Right, Bree? They haven't had one at night.
No, I don't.
Yeah, maybe that's the next one. They need
Remember
to do
they used to have the because the UOG vaccination clinic, the hours used to be later. Where it was.
Well, maybe we need to bring it
7,
back.
8 o'clock.
Yeah, bring it back later.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to, to have a pride event down at Icon. They get public health down there with the vaccination.
And this is kind of logistically, this is the tricky part because
you get a vaccination, you get a free lap dance.
Lord.
Because because it's funny, on the internet, right? They said when it came to
free lap dance from Sisters in the Moonlight.
When it came time to get everybody online, we call it the last billion people, right? Out of the 4 billion people in the world, 3 billion of them are already online. Now we're reaching out to the underprivileged countries and things like that. Now, in similar fashion, it's going to be like what Dr. Nguyen said, the last 10%, that kind that's kind of needs
They predicted this. They said that it was going to be, they were going to reach the path to half, and we smashed through the path to half and kind of kept going. But has it petered out? I don't know. I feel like people are still getting the shots.
And again, there's a myriad of ways where you can get vaccinated today. Up at Estumbo, over at up at the Micronesia Mall for about 2 more hours. It just started about 8 minutes ago. You can go get vaccinated, and over at the Dedido Northern Health Clinic. So lots of places to get vaccinated up north today. And of course, you can still get vaccinated in Manila at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse.
Oh, here's a funny comment. We got a joker in the audience.
Oh, boy.
MKME Micah comments, where do I apply for the RISE Act?
Where can you apply for the RISE Act?
Yeah.
We're still waiting for the Department of Revenue and Taxation to finish the application.
Yeah.
Because I think Daph, when she was on, so last week, she was talking about making it like an online type of form or something like that, and they were working on it.
I think that should supplement a traditional paper, because if you're looking at who qualifies for the RISE Act, it's lower income people, and like Jay said, they might be the last who don't have internet.
Yeah.
$40,000 is the
Cutoff.
Yeah, the cutoff.
Is that for single or
single filers?
Okay. Yeah, but MKey, there actually is nowhere to apply for the RISE Act now. Short answer. The governor has indicated that Rev and Tax will handle it, but they've also said that they're waiting for...
The law says Rev and Tax will handle it.
The law says Rev and Tax will handle it, but I believe that the governor has said that she's waiting until the July 16th public comment period for the ARPA guidance ends.
So the interim final rule went into effect in early May. About a week later, Treasury was like, it is in effect, on May 17th, right? The interim final rule. But also, people can still submit public comments up until July 16th, 17th.
There you go. So if you guys, I don't know what the website is, but go on the website and be like, pay the RISE Act, and then maybe it'll be part of the public comment.
Yeah. But, as we've mentioned in the past, the CNMI, they're not going to wait for a spending plan. They're going to wait for the final comments to be received.
They said they've got.
They're unveiling their spending plan this Friday.
Tomorrow.
Right. We should find out what time if they're having a press conference.
We stream it.
Right.
Right on. So they
Are we going to take over their press conference like last time inadvertently? We jumped into their Zoom and we wound up asking all the questions. All right, guys, we're out.
Later, Saipan.
Yeah. And the Saipan guys, we know them. They're real nice guys and everything. They're like, hey, Sabrina, can I have my press conference back then?
Yeah.
I was used to the 2-question rule, right?
Yeah. And you were like,
but I was like, okay, well, let's go.
Yeah, because on Guam we could only ask 2. Remember that crap? Only being able to ask 2 questions.
Was that actually the Chris Barnett rule? Because it wasn't like that for the first couple of weeks, right? Like, can we call it that, the Chris Barnett rule?
Okay, sure. Man, I miss those days.
I don't.
Good times.
Yeah, so
there was just the urgency, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah, so
I miss the times when, in the very beginning, when everybody was still trying to learn Zoom, and the press conference were just kind of like, hello.
Unmute.
Yeah.
Unmute.
Or then the opposite.
Unmute.
It's like,
Unmute.
All right, let's go now to Nestor Lecanto from KUAM. Nestor.
Yeah. Unmute.
Whoops. Okay, remember when I became a meme? The second ever press conference. It happened on a Sunday, guys. So it was Sunday. I'm at my house, right? I'm all bahaki. I'm wearing I'm wearing my circa 1996 Seattle Supersonics basketball shorts, right? Let's just say I was sitting somewhat sasa in the chair, right? Because I'm in my house. I didn't think I'd be on full
Brett
screen.
didn't get it, Jay.
Yeah. And I sat there, and then the governor's like, all right, everybody, welcome to the... Jason? And I'm like, oh, forgot to mute my camera. And then all of a sudden, all my WhatsApp keeps going, hey, Jason. And it's like, oh, boy, I've been memed.
It was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, it was. Good times. Hey, it's 8:12.
So basically, the application for the RISE Act does not exist yet.
Right.
Micah, when it does, you can make sure we're going to post that.
Don't hold your breath.
That link, because that is going to be one of the most popular PDFs on the internet.
It's going to go viral.
Yeah.
Right. It's 8:13, Thursday, June 3rd. Proudly brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. Good morning, KUAM TV land. Thanks for jamming with us on the link here on this June 3rd episode of the show. Coming up, Acting Chief Public Health Officer Chima Mbakwen. We had 14 positives yesterday, 17 coronavirus positives the day before. What does it mean? Were they vaccinated? Have vaccinated? Did they get caught in quarantine? We'll find out coming up with Chima right here on the link at 8:13. Ajay?
Real quick, also, we want to send our special congratulations from the world of high school sports. Congratulations to the Academy of Our Lady of Guam Cougars, who won the girls' volleyball championship.
Nice.
And also to the St. John's Knights. The boys won the soccer title.
Right.
They won 2-1, and they won in the shootout.
There you
Very,
go.
very dramatic.
Very. 8:13 now. From the KUAM News team, with the very latest.
Okay,
Ladies and gentlemen.
While Bree sets it up. Okay, so the standout star. The standout star for the Academy Cougars is Rebecca Salas. Do you remember Becky Salas? She's a GW product, kind of like a few years before her time. But Becky was dominant. I want to say she's related to Rebecca, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right. 8:13 now. Let's get into the news with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off today, everybody. A former police officer, a former DOC officer, Jose Ananich, is scheduled to appear in the District Court of Guam this morning. He was brought into the Hagatna detention facility at around 6 o'clock last night. According to documents, the case has been sealed, quote, for the reason that law enforcement is still working on others involved in an ongoing drug trafficking investigation. Jose Ananich is scheduled to make his initial appearance in court at 10 o'clock this morning. Anthony Vincent Ignacio is joining co-defendant Randy Jr. Chaco Nauta in a motion to dismiss the case. Both are now claiming self-defense under Guam's Castle Doctrine. They were arrested for the February shooting of Jesse Kitachai along San Francisco Street in Agate. Nauta faces attempted murder charges as he's accused of pulling the trigger, while Ignacio was charged for assisting in the crime. Kitachai had allegedly been threatening Ignacio, and during a confrontation, Kitachai attempted to assault the co-defendants with weapons in hand. That's when Nauta allegedly shot him. Guam records 14 new cases of COVID-19. The latest positive results were from the 522 tests performed on Tuesday. According to the Joint Information Center, one case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. 6 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,187 officially reported cases of COVID, with 139 deaths. 62 cases are in isolation, and there have been 7,986 recoveries. A total of 6 people are hospitalized. The CAR score is now 0.5. As for vaccinations, a total of 82,116 people have been fully immunized. The Archdiocese of Higganio working with public health on contact tracing after 2 schools each reported 1 positive case of COVID. According to a media release, St. Anthony Catholic School reports 1 member of its school community tested positive for the virus. The regular school year already ended for St. Anthony's. However, because the school's begun summer school out of an abundance of caution, it will revert to full remote learning for its summer classes for the rest of the week. Academy of Our Lady of Guam also had 1 member of its school community test positive for the virus. School administrators of St. Anthony and Academy assure their parents and guardians that they are following all the necessary steps to ensure the safety of their students and adults. A Port Authority of Guam employee is tested positive for COVID. General Manager Rory Respicio was notified yesterday morning. He says an additional 44 port employees have been identified as potential exposures. The single positive COVID case remains in isolation and is experiencing mild symptoms. Respicio says the port's contact tracing team worked immediately to identify all the contacts and notified public health to schedule testing for the exposed employees. With more news, here is Tyler Mazzanani.
When it's in half a day, everyone, I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. The Department of Administration says it has an urgent need for a new financial management information system. But despite a proposed emergency procurement, the process has remained stalled for many weeks now.
DOA Director Edward Byrne made his case once again for a new financial management system during his agency's budget hearing. He said many of the big problems that arise can be traced to an antiquated legacy system.
Technology has changed the way we all interact over the last 20 years. There are so many aspects of our lives which we conduct differently because of new technology. GovGuam is no different. Increased transactions and rapid reporting drive our needs, and that is why the change is considered an emergency.
Byrne says he continues to press the Attorney General's office to complete its review and met with them as recently as last week.
I understand well understand that the purpose of having the Attorney General's review is to prevent or at least reduce the likelihood of a protest. And indeed, generally, that's happened. But if the result is that there's a whole lot of delayed procurement, I don't know that we've achieved too much.
Byrne has been hesitant to discuss an estimated cost for a new system, but when pressed, said it would be around $8 to $10 million. Another hot-button issue discussed at the budget hearing was a new wage study on nurses' salaries. DOA Personnel Services Administrator Shane Ngata says the needs are overwhelming.
Nurses in particular, due to where they're employed, have a lot of intricacies for each department that we have to take into consideration. We did have a meeting with nurse leadership, and they did convey to us some of the major issues concerning compensation. Some of them are issues that they deal with compression, which we've seen before.
DOA expects to submit a draft of the nurse wage study to the governor as early as this week.
Meanwhile, GPD also underwent a budget hearing Wednesday. One of the standard questions being posed to department heads is whether they've requested American Rescue Plan money to augment their budgets. But a standard response is also emerging, such as in this exchange between Minority Leader Chris Duenas and Police Chief Steve Ignacio.
What that amount was?
I don't have it offhand with me, sir, but we did turn it into Mr. Carlson at BBMR and also to, other staff at Guadalupe. But I think everything is still under review, so I don't have the numbers with me, sir.
So you don't have the dollar figure with you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you, is it for capital improvements or personnel or?
Well, we were all over the place. I mean, because we don't have guidance yet as to what is allowed or not allowed. We've asked everything from personnel, equipment, cars, buildings, construction. So, we're all over the place with it because we didn't know what the guidance was. So, we're just submitted a wish list. But, it's my understanding from the governor's office and policy that, there's no firm commitment yet. There's no final rules. So there's still everything's still under review.
Okay, looks like that's the standard answer. So I got you, Chief. I've been there.
Senators have said they want to know how much in ARP money the departments will be getting so that they can adjust their budgets accordingly. It appears that so far agency heads are keeping that information ambiguous. The Guam Power Authority has completed its investigation into allegations that several employees may have been participating in online gambling while on the job. Sabrina Salas-Matanani reports.
GPA General Manager John Beneventi laying the cards on the table.
Our internal auditor went through the process.
It was in March when allegations surfaced via an anonymous letter to Senator Joanne Brown, which was then forwarded to Oversight Chair Senator Clint Rigel. The writer alleged online gambling was going on at the utility agency, and the investigation should begin by looking into the HR division. The author alleged there was gambling in other sections like customer service, procurement, and the T&D division.
First and foremost, none of them are involved with the gambling scheme, if you will. Two, yes, they're innocent, I would say innocent participants in the process, trying the app and doing all of that. They did not use GPA personal equipment to do that. Of course, it's all on their personal phones. Then last but not least, we do have a regulation that says utilizing gambling on government facilities is subject to some action. And so they have done that. There's less than 5 people that have done this, have taken the action, have issued them a letter of warning.
Beneventi adds he's also issued a letter of caution to all employees at the agency.
To make sure that they are fully aware that this type of situations are not warranted. No?
As reported, other agencies where allegations of online gambling while on the job surfaced included the Guam International Airport Authority,
Port Authority, and the Guam Police Department. Their directors confirmed they were contacted by federal authorities.
The federal Paycheck Protection Program that provided nearly $800 billion in pandemic economic relief to 8.5 million businesses has officially closed. In a statement, SBA Administrator Isabella Guzman said, "I've heard story after story from small business owners across the country about how PPP funds helped them keep the lights on, pay their employees, and gave them hope." The SBA says 96% of PPP loans went to small businesses with fewer than 20 employees. The most recent statistic through the end of May shows some 1,445 Guam businesses received loans, totaling more than $106 million. That's it for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
A residence in Estumbo has become a community trash concern. Neighbors have made multiple complaints, and the Dededo Mayor's office, along with Guam EPA, echo those concerns. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
It's been a lingering problem for years now.
We get frustrated because, we've helped you clean it. Let's help you again.
Dededo Mayor Melissa Savarez joins her village in frustrations over an Estumbo residence in the Dollar Home area that has become a major eyesore.
You can tell that there's other things than just the trash. There's rodents. But as far as the vehicles that were there, we removed maybe about 15, maybe not more than 15 vehicles from just that one house because they have two sides.
In the past 5 years, Savarez says her office has paid several visits to the family residing in this home, providing as much assistance as possible to clean up all the clutter.
What we do and how we help is we actually, after the trash is bagged or while they're bagging it, we actually bring a trailer because a lot of their excuses is they don't have a truck to haul these things to the solid waste facility. Even when the neighbors even offered, hey, let's get together and do this. They're saying, well, what is it to you? And they had an attitude where, you guys are picking on us. And they said, no, we're not. We just want to help you beautify our neighborhood.
Savarez says they even pay for the disposal of the trash, but the piles just continue to grow, as do the complaints from neighbors. KUAM reached out to the homeowner, Rosa Taitagui, who is 81 years old and is receiving assistance from family members to maintain the property.
They did offer, but they never brought the trailer there, not once. And many times my mom was calling in, asking them for assistance to help us start, because the trash don't even belong to us. When my mom asked the mayor twice, I think during the pandemic, to help get rid of the trash, they said yes, but they never showed up.
Although Savarez says otherwise.
And, during COVID, especially, when the kids' families were walking to Estumbo Elementary to get their meals on, on a daily or on Fridays, the kids have to walk through that area to get from their homes to the schools. I actually went there and I said, you know what, this is a problem. If you bag it again, we'll help take it out.
According to Savarez, Guam EPA has issued citations here in the past as the residents allegedly began illegally dumping into the vacant lot behind their fence.
There was several times when we were with other government agencies in the area, and EPA was there at the time, and we literally saw them take trash from their house and take it to that vacant lot and put it over there. And EPA, we looked at the EPA guy that was there and said, did you see that? And he walked over to them and gave them a citation.
EPA spokesperson Nick Lee confirms that the agency has responded to this home on numerous occasions. Savarez says she has expressed to the family that they need to do their part.
We want to clean up that area, especially it's right near the elementary school, the middle school down the street, and our Estumbo gym is right there.
Afaji shares this sentiment and says they are working to clean up the mess.
I have, and we are trying to take out all that trash, and we're still working on it. We have not given up.
Okay.
It's not easy, but we're doing it one day at a time. And with lots of mayor's help, it's even harder.
President Biden has declared June a national month of action to get more Americans vaccinated. His administration wants to build on the momentum that's underway in the fight against COVID. More than half of Americans over the age of 18 have already received at least one dose of a vaccine. Deborah Alfarone reports from Capitol Hill.
President Biden is making an all-out push to get more Americans vaccinated against COVID-19 by the 4th of July.
We're at 63% of adults with one shot, and we're getting closer. We still have work to do.
The president is pushing to have 70% of Americans vaccinated by Independence Day.
If you get a shot this week, you can be fully vaccinated by July 4th, by the week of July the 4th. And you can celebrate Independence Day free from fear or worry.
Mr. Biden plans to recruit faith-based leaders, barbershop owners, and celebrities in the effort.
More than 28 states and D.C. have fully vaccinated 50% or more of their adult population as other states try to reach more people.
In Massachusetts, Governor Charlie Baker announced a new mobile vaccine program at Market Basket supermarkets with perks.
Everyone who gets a vaccine at Market Basket, the Commonwealth will give them a $25 Market Basket gift card.
Beginning Friday, New York City will begin offering vaccinations at 4 schools in the Bronx for kids between the ages of 12 and 17.
We are doing something here that's working, and we want to build on it.
Los Angeles County is now giving shots at transit sites to help increase rates.
I feel like for the working class, these buses are convenient.
Once the nation reaches President Biden's vaccination goal, beer giant Anheuser-Busch says it will give away free brews to Americans who roll up their sleeves. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
And with your news in Chamorro, here is Ken Conception.
Buenos updates to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Sumano Speaker Teresa Lahi gigilistan man magasiha numahong kinatadarason na tisinya gobernwa apasi ang sigidas as in New Rice Act. Gikuntos na si Terlahi ginikap gidaling na programa ni KUAM ilingan na inisgay na doon na reglamento but interim guidelines masaya temporaryo no parolsogi sa manaklaro na sinya at the American Rescue Plan gin ni Federal mausa para inapasin na reglamento para mamanapapasi tax. Iling niya na ginason niya todo at di artikulo ni mapasalista klaro na sinya matsawgi esti. Kwalifika adzo dati sinya konformigi na ipedamenti na inasgayon utulay ka adzo. Ilinga magahaga na nanangay ipedamenti na inasgayon but final guidelines na uhuzang gihulyo na mes antes di apasi uhuzang salapi sugo ni Rice Act. Asanga loki na paromatatizi at mastat kilo ni masedi gi azi 30 milyon pesos ni mastablisa gifinin na Rice Act. Masaya aumenta hazi man kwalifika para ito na all rice na programa. Di masatikulo azi Federal Paycheck Protection Program di anagwaha ka na 8 bilyon pesos ang salapi para azuda 8.5 milyon na businessiya sa mahutsum. Gistinmento niya Small Business Administrator si Isabel Casillas Guzman. Asanga na hungog lamigay na istorya siya ginadido ni mandikiki na business entry entero i Estados Unidos. No taymano'y PPP na salapi maninadzuda siya. Puno mauto di kandid niya, umaapasi empleyao niya, zantaymano maninais siya consuelo. Masangan ni SB na 96% na inadzaw gin ni PPP na salapi. So manawgat ti mandikiki na business no menos ki 20 empleyao niya. Git mas may na statistics tay madzo na mes, andog na mid 445 na business guni gizagwahan sa manapanaadzaw 106 milyon pesos. Imas asunto, uno na empleo ni Port Authority sa ninadzi ni COVID-19. Imaga si Port Authority of Guam si Roro Respesio sa manotifika por STG nigam na ogan. Ilangin na 44 mas na empleo sa mama-identifika na sinya maihuti adzo na tautoy ni Nadzi. Adzi unuha na tautoy ni Nadzi sa ma-isolate that tisan na dipin na desisyon niya gin ni Pesti. Ilangin si Respesio na insigidas mamatetsu adzi contact tracing para matungo hadzi sinya man ni Nadzi. Manotifika lo kay public health para matutuhon man mates adzi siya man expose. Imas asunto, mafayo orden penitehi gi Kasam Federal Evan Daniel Montvel Cohen. Ano gidakamento ni Korte na irason para adzo sa purporo na latsadiki na no'y discovery, huna fanakon fat malusutong mo si atikulon hafa sekreto, zanu penitehi sekreton personal na informasyon identifika. Si Montvel Cohen sa fafana inatake pod aggravated identity theft, zan wire fraud. Maresta pura na serbe personal na informasyon uno na empleo niya, pero fanat kila apartment gizatamuning. YouTube na artikulo, pero danya si Anthony Benson Ignacio dan izanya co-defendant Randy Jr. Chaco Nauta gi emotion para retirao kausaw niya, but dismissed with prejudice. Tori dos ang defendant sa maklama na maprotectin mai sa siya, sigon ni kaso doctrine na lai ginigizagwahan. Marestay dos gi Febrero na mes, pero di mapakin Jesse Kidachay gi San Francisco Street gizahagat. Afafana si Nauta attempted murder na inatake. Sa pudgwiza pumaki si Kidachay, das Ignacio sa masod ni na assisti si Nauta. Matake si Kidachay pud ang namasaw kontra si Ignacio. Zanyo mafanay do sa kitsagi si Kidachay o matake no atmas si Ignacio dan si Nauta. Adzo na pinakias Nauta. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Ken Concepcion. Yasunto Yufinut Samoro sa presenta zan na foto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link with the support of Jay Goodman. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at Jay Goodman, a happiness company. You're in good hands with Jay Goodman. Join us each week for Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. With more restrictions lifted, our community is back out and about. And getting a little retail therapy has never been more needed. Tune in every Tuesday morning to The Link where Chris, Sabrina, and Jason will talk shop with local businesses about products now available, new items hitting the shelves, and old favorites that are back and ready for you to purchase. It's Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. Brought to you by your friends at Pacific Grocers, brands you trust by people you trust. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages. From all of your friends here at KUAM, congratulations, seniors!
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco with Ken Concepcion. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla! Every day, from Chigo down to Molesu Bay, people 8:39. I call this Guam Hymn B. Coconut trees. Good morning. What's up, Link fam? Pacific Points, Jack of the Bogs, Cabo Enterprises, East ITNE. Good morning. Cover Up brought to you by the Docomo Burger King. Coming up, the acting chief public health officer for the territory of Guam, Chima Mbakwem, joins us in the KUM News Zoom room. Good morning, Chima.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Hey, Chima.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
We're doing pretty good. 14 people. Well, 14 plus 17, Jay, how much is that? 31 people not doing so good. We had 31 positives over the last couple of days. Chima. So, of course, just looking to you to provide more insight, more information, more intel.
Yeah. In the last 14 days, we've actually had, in the last 7 days, we've actually had 44 cases total. So that's counting local cases, imported cases, and the cases from on base. And if you're looking at that number over the week, so is if we can say we're averaging 6 cases a day, and it still doesn't look good. We are looking at having 0 cases every day. That is the intention, but we're still in a pandemic, and people are still catching up with their vaccination, which we're actually asking people to get vaccinated, but we're going to see those 1 and 2 cases that come up once in a while. But most of these cases are household cases, because if you look at the 17 cases from last week, you out of the cases, I think 7 of them are household transmission, and then the one from yesterday too. I think 7 or 8 of them are household transmission. So you're looking at, out of all these cases, we're seeing a couple of high numbers in the family circle, which is understandable. But the community cases are like those random 1 and 2s, that might have made contact with, that might have had unknown exposures. So that's why we keep encouraging people to get tested when they have symptoms, or when they feel they are exposed to someone who has, if they feel they are exposed, or there's any reason to suspect that they don't feel good or they have COVID symptoms, we still have our ongoing testing and vaccination at Tizan every Tuesday. We have test clinics. The clinics are also tested. So I think ongoing testing, which is basically case finding, is what we're doing, and then we're still seeing this number. So if you're looking at the number of tests we're having and the number of positives we're getting out of those numbers, I think we're really doing good. But like I said, I'd rather have 0 than have one case.
You said on base. So the numbers include military dependents now?
Yes, it's just the total case on the island. So it's basically the total case on the island, just not the locals alone. We also had the DOD cases. So out of the 17, 3 of them were from the military, and then that would tell you that we're actually going all around, to make sure that every case we identify where they come from. And we have a good working relationship with DOD.
What about the 14? So the 17, you said 3 were military. What about the 14 that we got yesterday? How many of those are military?
So none was from the military yesterday.
Okay, so out of the 17, the 3 that were military, were they fully vaccinated?
I don't have that information right now.
Because they have the new, you don't have to wear a mask, policy.
Yeah.
Why smiling?
Yeah, why are you smiling, Chima?
I know where you guys are taking it.
Yeah, you're like, Eziginamo, DOD.
Like I said, you know, I was on base last weekend. Almost everybody wore a mask. I'm telling you. I think it's a matter of choice. You know, like those recommendations are put out there, but it's your individual protection. If you want to if you want to put yourself at risk, you know. But I was on base on Saturday. I was there on Sunday. Almost everybody it was just one or two persons that I saw that weren't wearing masks, but everybody was fully masked. You know, so.
Does public health do the contact tracing for the military, or is it the military does their own?
No, they have a robust public health on base. Yeah.
Were these three connected?
So you know so what happens is they do their case investigations, they do their monitoring, they do their quarantine and isolation. But the good thing is that if there's any link with any of those cases, with any local case, they pass it on to us, and then we follow up with case investigation. So it's a very wonderful system that we have in place.
So what's the link? Is there a link?
No, there's no link. If there was a link, we already know, but there's no link to anyone outside now. So they've actually taken care of those cases. They've investigated, they've isolated them, and I think their contacts are in quarantine.
Okay.
Do you have any information on the vaccination status of any of these recent positives?
For the ones from yesterday, 13 of them were not vaccinated. The 14 from yesterday, yes. Yeah.
So there was one that was vaccinated, fully vaccinated, that got COVID?
Yeah, one was fully vaccinated, yeah. But the 13 were not vaccinated, so.
How long was that person vaccinated before it was determined? Like,
I don't have that information right now.
Okay,
these cases were yesterday, and they've actually completed investigation for 13 of them. They've identified 40 close contacts. 29 are scheduled for testing today, but they're still going to do the secondary interviews on the index cases, and then for all of them are in isolation. 3 are in the isolation facility, and 11 of them are in home isolation.
So what about out of the 17 over the 3-day weekend? Any of those fully vaccinated?
12 of them were not vaccinated too. So we out of all these cases, so we're looking at 31 cases, and out of these 31 cases, 2 were only fully vaccinated, 1 was partially vaccinated, every other person was not vaccinated. So you see, it's clearly pointing to the fact that people need to go get vaccinated. You know, this number shows clearly that, and if you're looking at the number of contacts to those individuals too, you're looking at the first case, we had 38 contacts. The second case, we had 40 close contacts. This is almost like 78 close contacts. So with this number of unvaccinated people walking around with COVID, you know, there's a chance that they can actually expose people who are not vaccinated too. So, you know, we're at that point where everyone needs to go get vaccinated. You know, like, you need to protect others. That's what it means logically, you know, is you know, being responsible enough to go out and get vaccinated and ensure that you follow the public health guidance. And then at the end of the day, you're going to protect the community. And then if we go back to the genome sequencing case that we just received, 13 of those cases were community cases, and they were all linked to the 2 clusters. So out of the 18, 5 were travel related, 13 of them were actually linked directly to those clusters, and they were all UK variants. And you know clearly that the UK variant spreads like wildfire. So you can see why, you know, our team here at Public Health, we really emphasize on, you know, giving us the real information, being able to identify those contacts and isolate them right away. So you're looking at one super spreader moving around on the island, infecting people, and bad enough, it is with the UK variant. But good, I think that we've been able to, close out all those cases. With these new cases, we continue to send specimens for genome sequencing, and we still try to, identify that EP link, with all these cases, while we still ask people to go get vaccinated. We need to keep the island safe. It's now, I think it's now individual responsibility. The government is not going to force you to go get vaccinated. We can only appeal to you to go get vaccinated. The vaccination pods are there. This morning we have a pod at the Micronesia Mall that opens from 7 in the morning till 10, so that those early birds, we can catch them before they go to work. We're looking at how we can streamline these activities where people will not go out of their ways, to go get vaccinated. We have the testing and vaccination pods where you get tested for COVID, you're negative, you go get vaccinated, and then you go home and follow public health recommendations. You're safe. Your family is safe. The island is safe. So we keep pushing these messages out, to make sure that people take responsibility of keeping the island safe. We've worked hard enough, and I thank you guys, for giving us this opportunity to come out and talk to people. It's now you. It's not us anymore. You need to protect us. You need to go get vaccinated. You need to follow public health recommendations. When we all do it, we'll all be safe. We are still catching people coming into the island with COVID. Out of that, 5 were travel related. So we are still making efforts to protect our borders. But if we are good inside, then we won't have a problem. And our vaccination numbers are really going up high. We're seeing a lot of traction. People are getting vaccinated. But what we're saying is we need more. we need more people vaccinated so that we can enjoy life, the way we used to enjoy it.
I hear you. You mentioned a little bit about the variant. The last information we got, I think it was Friday night, 18 out of was it 20-something samples that were sent in for genome sequencing?
Yeah, we received 26 results, and out of them, 18 variants were detected in the 26 that was returned. And out of that, like I said, 5 were travel related. 13 had no travel history. And we were able to identify that these 13 cases were actually linked to those clusters.
I'm sorry, the clusters, are you talking about the...
A-class lounge, basketball game, Subaki Tower.
Yes.
Are we going to be sending off any more samples, Chima?
Yes, we actually send out samples. I think every fortnight we send out samples.
Every fortnight?
Yeah, like 2 weeks.
Sorry. Jason, what does fortnight mean in English?
Every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen.
You were thinking, is that the game? What is
that's the only fortnight I know.
Kind of think, Chris, about how they would speak in Game of Thrones, and it'll make more sense to you.
It shall be a fortnight.
The variants.
All right, we tested these individuals 4 score ago.
All right, Chima, anything else you wanted to share? It's the summer, and people are going to be moving around,
it's
traveling.
The eve of June 4th.
Yeah, I think I believe that the vaccination is the way to go now. We keep trying to get more people to get vaccinated, so we get a little more comfortable this summer. The island is gradually opening up, but if you're looking at 44 cases in 7 days, I think, and almost 3/4 of them unvaccinated, is a clear sign, that vaccination is the way to go. I don't know how else, we can say it. The numbers are clearly showing that it is the clusters. Our challenges are the clusters and those that are unvaccinated. if you're vaccinated and you follow public health recommendations, we are going to be clear and we're going to be out of this. If we continue to watch our borders the way we're watching our borders, we're going to continue trapping these cases that are trying to sneak into the island, making sure that we're safe. While we are continuously doing this, we're also looking at what is going on around us. If everybody is doing the same thing, I think the whole world will come out of this sooner or later. But now Guam is doing very well. But for us to continue doing well is to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So individuals should take it as a personal responsibility to go out and get tested. People should talk to their friends and their neighbors and friends, and family members to go get tested, to go get vaccinated, so that we get to that point where we can breathe a sign of relief, knowing that at least the island is protected while we watch what is going to come from outside.
Yeah.
So that's what I have now, and if you guys have any more questions, I can.
There's a national story we played where they're talking about, and I know that United Airlines has done a sweepstakes thing, but incentivizing the vaccination, right? So in the States, they're giving away like gift certificates and I think even beer.
Yeah, maybe something can happen locally soon, to mimic that. I can't preempt anything, but we actually encouraging people. We can try. We can do anything that is in our powers, to encourage people to go get vaccinated. But at the end of the day, it rests on the individual. The government is doing a lot. The governor has actually, fought very hard with the department, to increase our allocation for vaccines. The vaccines are available. We are getting all these supplemental grants, that are helping us get more hands, to help the vaccination effort. But we're now asking for people to come out. We're looking for people to vaccinate. Yeah, so I hope people would catch on to the message and come out and get vaccinated.
Okay. Thanks, Chima.
All right, thank you, Chima.
Thank you so much.
The last time we had you on, we asked you how we were doing, and that was about a week ago, and you said, there's still this clear and present danger, and boom, we got 44 cases in a week's time.
Yeah, since we last talked to you.
Yeah, and yes, 44 cases, yes, but how many unvaccinated? So that is my main headache now. The director is out there, supporting us, giving us all the encouragement, giving us all the tools. He's supportive, the government is supportive, but where are the people? What are we going to do? I can't get double vaccinated. I can't, you can't get double vaccinated. But the vaccines are there. The clinics are working so hard. New clinics are joining. We're looking at how the main aim is to streamline these activities into our everyday life. We don't want you waking up in the morning and going out of your way to go get vaccinated. We want you to get it on your way to work. We want to bring it to you. We want you to go to the clinic, while you're waiting to see your doctor, you can get vaccinated. We're looking at using that approach, simple strategies to streamline all these efforts into our normal life. While we have the pod that is ongoing at UOG, we also have pods, we're also reaching out to organizations, we're reaching out to associations, asking them, if you have up to 10 to 50 people that you need vaccinated, please tell us, we will bring it to you. We're now ready to bring vaccination to the people, Even if you're having a party in your house, you can invite us to come and vaccinate you before you start your barbecue, and then we can come back the second time and do it. We are really ready to do that if we have the numbers. That's how eager we are to put vaccines in people's arms, because we've seen that vaccines work, and it will help protect us better. Thank you.
Chima, I had just had a question on a kind of like a different topic, but related. Is there any discussions regarding opening up the senior citizen centers, the adult daycare centers for Manamcos?
Yes, yes. There's always discussion to open up more, But what we always try to do is, look at the risk level, and that basically is what determines what will open and what will not open. But if it's about having the senior citizens open, yes, we're thinking about it, we're working towards it, but is when we're going to announce it. But be rest assured that with the vaccination going higher, with these unvaccinated people that are exposing us to more risk, when they get vaccinated, we'll be comfortable enough to let our menancos out. We don't want these people, being exposed to our older population, because you can still get infected if you are vaccinated, right? I'm not saying that the chances are less, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't want our menancos exposed to someone who can risk their lives.
So when are you guys kind of looking at reopening them?
That, like I said, that is in the works, and it may come sooner than later. But it will come sooner than later, depending on what we have in front of us. But if it's about doing it, yes, we are going to do it. But when is the question?
Right.
But that when might be sooner or later.
Chima, we had Dr. Hoa on earlier, and we were talking about a year after vaccinations that we're looking at the possibility of booster shots, right, for the COVID-19 vaccine. So I was wondering, has there been any planning or discussion about that effort?
On our own side?
Yeah.
You're saying that, okay, so the question is...
So are we going to need to get a booster shot for the COVID-19 vaccine?
Personally, I'm not I don't preempt things, I work clearly with facts, There's nothing in front of me now, that is concrete about the booster shots, there are speculations. But if it's concrete, then I think we have the capacity to do that and then to be able to provide that service to the community. But right now, there's nothing in front of me, to make me start thinking too far into the future. I'm still focused on, getting people vaccinated now, and then subsequently we can go on to that.
Thanks,
okay.
Chima.
Thank you, Chima.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too, guys.
Stay positive,
safe.
but not COVID positive.
I'm always positive. Thank you.
Okay, be negative, COVID negative. All right.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Wow.
I didn't even. He broke that down.
That was a break. Break it down.
I like that though, how he said, we're really trying to make, and he didn't use the word frictionless, but basically they're trying to eliminate any sort of ability that getting vaccinated would get in the way of your normal flow of life. Like he said, get vaccinated on your way to work. You're going to see your doctor, get vaccinated while you're waiting.
Grab you a cheddar bacon biscuit and a Jack in the Box and get vaccinated. Yep.
No,
Don't get you a new iPhone at IT&E and get vaccinated.
That's not beyond the realm of possibility.
Yeah. Huh?
It is a rather quick process.
Yeah, that's not beyond the realm of possibility. I mean, if you say we'll be in line at the drive-through in various places.
You wrote that down, right? Can we just go over again the 44 recent positives? There were
12. He said we're not vaccinated.
Of the 14, 13 were not vaccinated, right? And one was vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
Then of the 17,
he said 12, I believe. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 12 were vaccinated. How many were partially vaccinated?
No, 12 not.
No, 12 were
12 were not vaccinated.
That's all I got.
Yeah. He also said something about X amount were.
And then he
3 were military.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was emphasizing that, and he's like, so see, it's like the people that are testing positive and they're coming in, and then you combine that with what Dr. Nguyen was saying earlier this morning was, yeah, we see the numbers kind of going up, but with the number of people out and about and things kind of opening and everything, it's a concern. But
that's the new normal. The new normal is living with all these positives and just continuing to go forward.
So if we supposed to say okay, if we get maybe 12 to 15 positives in a day, that's what 6-8 months ago would have been we got 3 positives in a day.
Well, 6 to 8 months ago, we didn't have all these people walking around vaccinated.
Right.
So that's
my
why
point.
it was more of a
exactly. Yeah.
threat, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, again, obviously, you can still catch the virus if you're vaccinated.
What are you hearing as to why people don't want to get vaccinated?
Well, I hear a lot of things. Well, I guess, I mean, do you want me to play devil's advocate? Yeah, okay. So, I mean, some people just feel like the whole development of the vaccine was rushed. And that there wasn't enough, testing, studying, and there wasn't. I mean, really, that's the fact, right? But again, they mobilized all these vaccine elves or whatever to, the best and the brightest minds worked on this vaccine, right? And that's what they do. But
and they got a hell of a lot of funding from the feds.
Yeah, and I mean, it was rushed because it's a pandemic, right? So you know what I find would be interesting? I want to go back and look at like other pandemics and other vaccines that came out, like with polio, and was it like a similar type of situation, right? But yeah, that's one of the arguments I hear is that people are not confident in the long-term effects of taking this vaccine, which again was just, I mean, it was just whipped up super fast, right? Other people think that it's mind control. Yeah, there's that's the one like legit reason, and then you have other people who say, oh, there's a microchip in it, or oh, there's alien DNA, or aborted baby fetuses.
I was hearing from some of the people that I talked to out and about, like my dentist's office, right? Like I asked, they were asking, hey, do you want to come in and make a cleaning? Because I was just buying replacement brush heads for my Sonicare, right? And they were like, and I was like, hey, so are you guys like vaccinated? They're like, we're going to hold off, not because we're healthcare practitioners, so we see the value in it. We just don't see enough data yet. Hold on, Gabe. Mm-hmm. And I actually know several people in healthcare who kind of are on the bubble like that.
Right.
Let's go to the phones. We have Annie, who's got some questions about traveling, right? There's always a lot of confusion about what you need to do when you travel. Annie, are you there? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Chris.
We have Sabrina and Jason also in here.
Hi, Annie.
Hi.
You okay, Annie?
Yes, I just want some type of clarification as far as travelers coming in.
Okay, if you want any type of clarification, you came to the right place.
All right. I know I listen to you guys every morning, and I'm still kind of confused.
Thank you. First of all, Annie, thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. What's your routine in the morning, when you always listen to us?
Of course, I always have my cup of coffee and sit down and listen to what is going on every day.
Well, we really appreciate that, and I'm very bothered that you didn't get the right info by just listening. But there's just always a lot of info coming out right every day. I mean, Chima just gave like 4 tons of information in that interview.
Right.
So what is it that you needed clarification on?
I have a daughter coming in from San Diego, and she basically has taken both of her vaccine, and she's taken her COVID test, within the 72-hour testing. And I just want to know if she is going to go on, 5-6 day quarantine?
She's not if she's fully vaccinated.
Well, first of all, she got vaccinated in San Diego.
Yes.
Does she have that second verification?
Actually, I had her make sure that she's got all those information on hand with her.
Okay.
Yeah, if she has that secondary verification, because you can't just show your CDC card. Mm-hmm. You have to have that second verification.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if she has a second verification proving that she was fully vaccinated, she can
go walk right out of the airport like a free person.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you.
That was easy.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Plus, you got that extra with that negative test. Is that a negative PCR
That's
test?
like a cherry on top.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, you throw a Lou and Josh sticker on her suitcase, man, you just got it made.
Okay, you guys let me feel bad.
Is that what you like about the link, though, that you get a little bit of laughter with all this seriousness?
Yes.
Ooh, boy, I tell you, sometimes I just want to bang my head in the wall.
We can hear in your voice, Annie, that you're a little bit more relieved now knowing that.
Yeah, I know, and I did not know I was going to be put on the radio.
Well, here we are. You want to do a shout-out to your family? What village are you from, anyway?
I'm originally from Agate, but now I'm residing in Chico.
Right. Wow.
Hey,
That's
exactly like Sabrina.
Quite a migration. And then, so you mentioned your daughter's coming back from San Diego. Is she just coming back to stay, or what's the deal?
Actually, no. She's on vacay.
There you
she's
go.
been away from home for 27 years.
Oh wow!
Whoa, damn.
Yes.
Just her?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you excited?
I'm more than excited.
How about you? Have you been vaccinated?
No, I'm kind of nervous about it because I have a very bad sinus, and just listening to what others go through the testing as far as the swabbing up the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the swabbing, but the vaccination is a needle. Like,
Yeah, I'm going to think about that.
what are your concerns? I'm curious.
Okay, can I get off the radio?
No, I'm just sharing with you. Well, no one knows your last name.
No.
Are you just worried because it was developed quickly, or
Which?
the vaccine?
No.
Are you worried that the alien DNA might affect you in some?
Yes.
That's what it is. Okay.
Well, you talk to your daughter because, like you said, she's fully
I did,
vaccinated.
and I just told her that I'll give her a call right back after I get off, and I didn't think I was going to get on the radio.
Oh, well, you call the radio. Guess what? You get on the radio, Annie.
But yeah, Annie, I was concerned too. I have really bad allergies, but I thought I weighed everything out, and I decided to get vaccinated.
I saw your, I think it was on Facebook. I just saw how you went through that whole swabbing thingy.
Yeah, she's been swabbed a few times.
No, that's the testing. Yeah.
That's for the testing.
Mhm.
You know, Annie, my why I took the vaccine is like I was totally not even going to take it, but I saw.
Okay.
I read the room and I realized, okay, bye, fine.
Okay, bye.
Yes. She got to call her daughter. Yeah, but I just read the room and I realized that they're going to make being vaccinated like you're not going to be able to leave or come back, or they're just going to make it so that you have to get this vaccine. And being in the media, I figured, well, damn, I might as well get the thing, because if I have to go or I want to go, then I just want to be sure. So I jumped through the hoop. I jumped through the government hoop. That was my motivation. I didn't necessarily believe that, I'm going to keep her safe or him safe, because I was super practicing. Mask, face shield, gloves, all that. I wore gloves on my feet. I was trying to be so safe. So it was never for me about, and I don't want to sound selfish, guys, because, I was doing my part to keep you guys safe, but it was more like, this is going to be a thing where you have to have it.
Well, you know why I got vaccinated? Because I spend 20 hours a week in a air studio with 3 people that I really, really care about, and I want to make sure that you guys are okay. So for your peace of mind, I did that too.
Well, thanks for making me sound.
No.
You're all right, Jay.
No,
I
think the thing that we're finally bringing to light is there are a variety of reasons why you would or would not, and these are all legitimate. Nobody is neurotic. Nobody is paranoid. Nobody is like stupid or deserve to be shamed for this and everything like that. Whatever you feel is whatever you feel. But let's bring that up and hopefully try and talk to you that, like maybe in Annie's case, like these apprehensions that you may be having, it's really not that bad, but ultimately it is still your choice.
It is, totally.
But you've got learned people at the same time who are saying, there is now data and evidence to show that if you do this, you're helping our community. And if you're still like on the fringe and everything like that, in the next few coming weeks and everything like that, people might make it worth your while to get it for other means, the incentivizing thing.
I get it. If you don't want to take the vaccine, that's on you.
Yeah.
It's a free country.
Right. Yeah. But hey, Annie, at least your daughter's coming into town.
Yeah.
There you go.
After 27 years being away from home. Hey, well, you know what, Annie? Make sure tell her to check out Two Lovers Point. It's completely different. What else is different about Guam after 27 years?
Everything's different after 27 years.
There's a couple new restaurants.
27 years is what, 95?
94? Yeah.
Okay, so what was different in 1994?
I had less gray hair.
Yeah, the mall's a lot bigger.
Yeah.
If you're used to like the old mall with like Liberty House and everything like that, it's completely different.
Liberty House.
Morgan Shopping Center.
Man, Liberty House. You took me back. My grandpa used to be the chief of security at the mall when it was Liberty House.
Oh wow.
Remember it was like Goodwin Development.
I'll do you one better. I used to work at
Gibson's
Sterling.
Is gone.
Gibson's. I used to work at Gibson's.
I used to work at Sterling. What predated Liberty House.
Yeah. No, yeah. So he's even for Sterling.
Yeah. Yeah. Just imagine that you drive by and say, "Hey, where's Gibson's?"
Gibson's is gone, guys. Yeah. Oh my God.
Okay, and if you want to go to King's in Tamuning, it's still there, just not in the same location. Beautiful
That's
building.
right, yeah.
Speaking of which,
Port Mocha is where Gibson's used to be, kind of that area.
yeah. Speaking of King's in Tamuning, you guys are doing Feed Me Fridays tomorrow, right?
We sure are, Jason. We sure are. Spoiler alert. Sabrina and I went to lunch yesterday at King's, where we're going to show you guys tomorrow our Feed Me Fridays. It was pretty good. Pretty good.
Can we give like a little bit of a hint at what Bree had, because it was amazing.
No, you could go to break or something.
Yeah, okay. I guess we're going to go to break or something. But, I also want to shout out King's Tamuning, because that was like Pride HQ. We were able to do a shoot yesterday, and then we kind of did a little thing. You'll see it tomorrow, just for Pride Month. And we had a bunch of the staff at King's Tamuning come and sit with us for a little bit, and it was really cool. And so they've just been a big supporter of Pride Month. I mean, going way back, right? And so that was, thank you, hostess MJ, and also to your fiance for hosting us yesterday. And that's coming up tomorrow. We do it every Friday. That's kind of why it's called Feed Me Fridays.
Okay, if I should ever be so lucky to do a Feed Me Friday at King's and everything like that, I am Joe Sir and I.
Guys, full disclosure, like, we want Jason to come, but he doesn't. You have not eaten out, right?
I've not eaten out in a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Joe Sir and I are gonna jam some King's crepes.
Like, on the three of us, the one, I think the seriousness level, it's like Jason takes it way serious. He hasn't eaten out in a year. Then Sabrina also, I don't think she's eaten.
No, Joe Sir just does church.
So
and
Joe
work.
Sir, right? So actually, yeah, Joe Sir and Jason are up there, and then I'm probably like the most liberal one, which is kind of crazy because I don't even like. I mean, I eat out, yeah, of course. But yeah, we're pretty much safe. We don't have any rabid anti-maskers or anti-vaxxers.
You know what though? Interesting that you bring this up.
Like, I like wearing the mask. I don't know what you guys are complaining about. I really like it.
Well,
it's cool.
It's very timely how you bring this up, because when I was on my my little vacation there,
yeah,
I said, I'm seeing all the data and everything like that. I realize a lot of the apprehension, just like Annie, right? I'm getting in my own head, so I was like, I have to like face my fear. So I went to the mall. Like I walked around and everything like that, and I
Did you hold your breath the whole time?
At the beginning, and then I actually felt safe, and I was like, the tenants and the stores, they're doing what they have to do.
Yeah.
Like everybody was very aware. And
how do you feel though when you see that one? Because I'm pretty sure you didn't see anyone in the mall, but like last time I went to the mall, you're right. Everyone inside was like, doing everything they had to do, but right by the door, there was a dude who was like power chowing his lunch, like right by the entrance. I don't know. Do you say something, or what do you say? Hey, man.
Oh, I didn't see that, but
yeah.
But I can see metaphorically that happening.
Right. I just go wide.
Yeah, I mean,
it's 9:19 because you don't know when you're gonna get a Karen. You try and say, hey, man, you're gonna end up with a Karen, then they're gonna record you, and you're gonna be all over everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 9:19. Let's take a really quick break, and then we're coming back with Hannah Cho, Department of Labor. Get you a little update on the PUA next, right here on the link. Good morning.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement.
Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
At any given moment, anyone can get infected with COVID. We've heard it many times over that it doesn't discriminate, that we're fighting an invisible enemy, we're all on the front lines, and I take that to heart. I wanted to do my part, not just for the community, but also for my family. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing COVID home and infecting my son. I also wanted to travel, be able to see my parents and my brothers who I haven't seen in over a year. Now I get it, we all have to make a choice, so whatever you decide, weigh the risks and do what you feel is right. I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I am a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
One of a kind. No more trying to waste my time. Not everyone can stay. I want to go to the beach tonight or tomorrow. Hopefully the weather doesn't change, cause if it rains I got a plan for another day. Yeah, so take off my stories. Ooh, run to the beach. Feel the sand beneath our feet. Seashells floating in the sea. Oh, all the perks of living on an island. But sometimes the world is cold, but you already know it's the way we were portrayed. Yeah, sometimes the world is cold, but you already know it's the way we were portrayed. Yeah. Sometimes I wish there was more to do other than go out and shoot pool or have a barbecue by the beach. But then again, it's more fun with some family. Yeah, if you've never heard of this place, you better research on Google today. Book a ticket, get out to experience what I'm talking about, and we can take off our stories.
Off a day, everybody. Welcome back to The Link. It is 9:24 in the morning on this beautiful Thursday, right, Chris? Thursday? Thursday, right?
Yeah. I don't even care anymore.
Let's not tell him because he still thinks it's Wednesday, so he'll come in Saturday all by himself.
Yeah. I did that last Saturday. I thought it was a work day.
Oh, that's right, because you were here. Jason was telling me.
Yeah. Well, no, I woke up and I was like, oh, darn, it's daylight. The sun was coming through the curtain. Yeah, which is totally unlike me because I'm here at...
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was still on vacation and I ran into Chris here and I still came in earlier than him.
Yeah. Oh, we got jokes over here, huh? Got jokes. Good thing I'm vaccinated to protect against your jokes.
Yeah.
9:24. Hannah Cho, Department of Labor, PIO, joined us in the Zoom room. Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning, guys. Hi, Jason. Hi, Chris. Hi, Bree.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Well, we brought you on just to get a little update. Department of Labor. I was getting a lot of messages about the batch payments going out. Was there an issue, first of all? And if you could,
there was a delay. We're most likely thinking it's due to the 3-day weekend, the Memorial Day holiday. But we did successfully batch 17.9 million. of which 9.1 million is PUA, 8.8 is in FPUC, and 57,000 is in the lost wages assistance. We will be batching again, not this coming Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. And so far, things seem to be running smoothly. As my director has said, the batch amount seems to be steadily decreasing as people are getting back to work. And now we're shifting gears, focusing on getting people gainfully employed again, whether it be one of our training programs or getting employers to sign up on hireguam.com. And of course, I know my director has mentioned that the job search requirement may be turned on as soon as July. So we're really encouraging employers to sign up and employees to start thinking about their next step after the assistance does run out on September 4th.
Hannah, can I ask if you know offhand the process? So when you go on hireguam.com and you fill out or you register or whatever it is, can you kind of walk us through what happens after that?
Well, I've actually registered both as an employer and as an employee. To register as an employer, it's very simple. You just click on the employer module and it's just step-by-step guided. It's very simple. The only thing you'll need is if you have an employee ID number, or if you don't have one, then your social security number will also work. As an employee, there's a lot of options for you. One of my favorite ones is actually the resume builder. I've used it when I first started at DOL just to see what it all entailed, and I thought I had a pretty good resume. But when I used the system the module on hireguam.com, I felt like it made my resume even more precise, and it took out a lot of the fluff that I didn't need in there. It really helped build my resume too. So that's one of the things that employees can do. And then, of course, they can go on there and they can search for open positions. And there's a lot of, there are at least 30,000 people on there that will soon be looking for a job. So it's a win-win for everybody if we get employers and employees to sign up.
Right on. That's pretty interesting about the resumes, because I just watched a video about making a nice resume and avoiding things like purple font and that kind of stuff, right?
Purple font.
Yeah, one human resources person mentioned if it's 10 years old, more than 10 years old, maybe you don't need it on your resume anymore.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Darn,
I really like putting on my resume the fact I used to work for Blockbuster Video, but that was way back.
Oh, there goes my resume.
Well, I guess if you think that shows some character.
Well, for Sabrina and Chris and I, basically, like our entire resumes are I worked at KUM.
Yeah, pretty much.
We've been here a while.
Yeah, that's true. You guys are pretty rare. But again, I will say that the employee module is a bit extensive, but I really think it's designed so well to really help people find either the training program that's best for them, a new career path, a first job, or even leading them to the American Job Center, contacting us there and say if they don't have a high school diploma, they can find a way to complete what they need or get a GED. There are just so many options on hireguam.com for employees, and I really hope that people will take advantage of it.
So when you go on the hireguam.com and you register or however it works, do the staff at DOL and the American Job Center, do they kind of like pair you with jobs they feel might go, or are you just kind of on your own to navigate the website?
Yes, well, you can work with one of our case managers, and we do have some wonderful case managers that will guide you. They'll talk to you about what your interests are. They'll see what occupation would most likely suit you, your likes, dislikes, your talents, your skills, and they'll guide you through the whole process of getting that job, like making more than minimum wage or getting that high school diploma that you need.
And again, if you are receiving PUA, it is going to be a requirement that you sign up on hireguam.com, right?
it's going to be a requirement to do a job search. We're recommending hireguam.com because it's got to be the easiest way for them to perform the job search, because you can just do it from your phone on the app or at home on your computer. You can just look through hireguam.com at the job openings and start trying to apply. And then that's also another reason why we're encouraging employers to please post their job openings as well.
So when that job search requirement does kick in, and I know it's going to be about a month, do you have any idea what people on PUA will be required to do to meet that requirement?
I believe I think it's either 2 or 3 job searches a week or applications a week. And one thing I do want to mention is that if you're in one of our training programs with one of our partners, then you are exempt from the job search requirement. So you could be getting free training, still receiving your PUA, and working toward a better career for your future. So that's another option I would encourage people to look into.
Do you know offhand if when we do implement the job search requirement, what failures to meet those requirements and like how long are we going to give people? Like, let's say I'm on the PUA and the job search requirement starts and you don't get any applications from me for, 3 weeks or whatever. Do I get called to the principal's office?
I'll have to get back to you with a solid answer on that, but I'm sure there will be some sort of penalty for not following through with the job search requirement.
All right, Bree?
No, I'm good.
That's
Or Hannah, I got a real quick question.
All right, Jay.
Like I've one thing that I've always found like really cool is different career sites, and obviously there are myriad of them online. So when people go to hireguam.com and if they say I've already got an existing profile like on LinkedIn or a Career Builder, or I've registered my company like on Glassdoor, any of those platforms and everything like that. Can they import their information or copy it over or integrate it somehow? Or is it best that they just fill out like a completely new profile, because then it's completely customized to how hireguam.com expects it to be in terms of
Right. I would recommend the latter, to customize it to how HireGuam does work.
Okay.
However, there's always copy and paste.
There you go. Yeah, you want to make sure you don't try and accidentally fill out those fields and everything like that, because then things get all go sideways on you.
Right. When I did use the resume builder, I was able to upload my most recent resume at that time, and it did auto-populate. And of course, there were some adjustments I had to make to get the resume to be in the format that hireguam.com likes.
Fantastic.
But so there are some options like that.
Super cool. Yeah, that makes it really, really easy. Awesome.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Anything
thanks.
else, you guys?
Anything else, Jay?
Good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Hannah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, we'll
take
see
care.
you. Okay, bye.
Okay. Bye.
There you go. Hannah Cho, Department of Labor, 9:33. We're taking a quick break, and Jason Solis is coming back. He's like the MSG of the link.
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to actually take
Well,
that.
I mean, either take it like he's going to give you hives, or he's going to just make this show. We sprinkle enough
or
of
or
him.
I incredibly add flavor to the show. Wow.
Yeah, so it's one or the other. Or both. Or both.
Wow. I really feel like, just...
I meant that in the nicest way possible, Jay.
So what are you to the show? What
I'm the
am I to
rice.
show? You're
I'm the rice. Yep. Sabrina's the meat and the potatoes.
And Joe Sir just isn't vegetables. We know that.
Joe Sir is the Ginatan. All right. Hey, we're going to take a break, and we're coming back with the United States District Court. Yep. Chief Justice Francis
Time to get
Teddy.
serious.
Yes, it is. That's
wait, hang on, Bree. Do you still have those tomatoes? That you
Yeah,
brought
where
in
the
yesterday?
tomatoes at, Bree?
I gave the tomatoes to
Oh,
Joe, sir.
God.
This is
Hold on,
a
let me
legal
bring-
practitioner we'll be interviewing,
Right,
the Chief
yeah.
Justice of the District Court, so she is someone who requires evidence.
I want to know if she brought her tomatoes. Go ahead, Chief. You're on. You're
We
on.
heard Sabrina tomato. I must say, my tomato died after 2.5 weeks. So sad.
So you were actually.
2.5 weeks.
I think you had Stacy Googling plum
set it and
tomatoes.
forget
and screenshotting pictures.
No, but I have a backup tomatoes.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, does that mean that Sabrina wins by default?
Yeah, she wins. She won after the second week. I must
Hey!
You finally won something, Bree. You won some tomatoes. Enjoy.
I like those tomatoes. So those tomatoes are really good. I wish you got to try them.
Yeah. Oh, ooh, take that, Your Honor. All right, we're gonna take a break.
Guys, can I just remind you, please be careful of talking smack to a chief judge.
Oh, wait. Hold on, because Glenn Lujan is commenting. He said Jason is the umami to the link. I don't know how to take this because he put Chris as the cholesterol.
Nah.
Wait, am I the good cholesterol or the bad cholesterol?
Well, too much of it and you get...
You die.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. That's 9:35. We're back with more next. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Gancharfris, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
You're rocking and rolling with us here on The Link. Joe, sir, Sabrina, Chris, and Jace here doing good things and joining us, as you saw before the commercial break, in the Zoom room. Her Honor, the very Honorable Francis Taidinku Gateway, the Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court of Guam, who will be co-moderating a panel discussion because, of course, June is Pride Month. Your Honor, good morning. And Hafa, always good to see you.
Hafa, good morning, Jason.
Hi. So this is it's a panel, and I said you're co-moderating it, but there are 7 distinguished members of our community who will be talking about issues very relative to Pride Month, like inclusivity, love wins, and everything. So can you kind of maybe contextualize and talk about how these members were selected, and maybe thematically some of the things they'll be discussing?
Yeah, so, first of all, let me just say who the members are. Of course, we wanted a special guest appearance from former Chief Justice Benjamin Cruz, BJ Cruz, who's currently our public auditor. I think he's one of the pivotal persons in this entire community in terms of people feel comfortable in coming out. In fact, I'll share a story about that when we have our panel discussion. I BJ about that, and he started laughing. But anyway, that's just like maybe a teaser. But and then we also have the Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Joshua Tenorio, Federal Public Defender, Leilani Lujan, Indigenous human rights lawyer and a very good writer, Attorney Julian Uggan, Francis Glenn Lujan, who's a teacher and speech therapist, Trinity Naima Hufana, who's the reigning Miss Queen of the Pacific, and as I understand it, trans, and Miss Daisy Bente, a mother and professional athlete. So essentially, these names were just suggested amongst the community, and it was given to our committee. And so we wanted to kind of like, really explore the different members of the LGBTQ plus community. And so that's how they were selected. And another thing that we wanted to do is really try to see if these individuals will engage in an open and frank discussion to really educate the community about our community, about LGBTQ. I mean, some of us don't really know. I mean, sometimes if I say, I was just discussing that with one of my staff members, I may have said, this person is this person a trans or transgender or transsexual? And so sometimes I get corrected, like I'm saying it incorrectly, and I'm like, I didn't even know. So we're gonna have like really pointed questions, but nothing to embarrass anybody about. We want to see what their challenges have been through the years. What's really nice with our district court and the Guam Bar Association is we've been encouraged by the Administrative Office of the Federal Courts and our Ninth Circuit to celebrate Pride Month. And so that's why we are doing this. This will be the first time our court has done this. And so we're pretty excited to do this.
And you've got the very lovely Pride flag behind you over your left shoulder. Very, very nice.
Yes. Yeah, my staff put it up. They go, Judge, you have a flag. I said, okay. So they put it there.
No, it's also
it's not draped.
Yeah.
It's just draped on my chair, but it's not flying yet.
Well, we hope that it will be at some time in this month. It's also worth noting, Your Honor, that these 7 members and the ones that you run down, I mean, they haven't been picked, on the principle of they belong to the LGBT community merely for that. I mean, each one of them is an outstanding member, very, very outspoken, very well read. Each one in their own respective rights is a diplomat and an ambassador for Guam in general and of LGBTQ, the experience, and having been, a lot of them have been through the struggles of self-identification, of having to maybe explain to some people, as you said, them discovering who they are, and then the coming out process. And I mean, I didn't want to when you said you've got that story about BJ. I remember I was in college, and I'm not sure if this is the story to which you were referring, but I remember when he was on the cover of the old Laddie magazine.
That's it. Yep.
Okay. That was a landmark moment for our island, for culture in Guam history. And I remember he was on the cover with his partner, and he was talking about his experience.
Exactly, and actually, it is. That was the moment I remember, and I'll get into it more in depth at the panel when I speak to Chief Justice Cruz. But I remember Judge Weeks had the Laddie magazine, and she came into my chamber. She was, Fran, look, BJ's gone public. I'm like, what? So anyway, I'll talk about that later. But yeah, it was like you said, there are moments in history where they're unforgettable moments, So yeah, and this is one of them.
I think also one of them was a decision by you, Judge Gatewood. I think it was in 2015 related to same-sex marriages.
Right. Yeah. So let me hold on a second. I'm going to pull up something. That's right. So
that was the year of Love Wins.
Yeah, that was a decision I made, and that was a decision made. And let me see, what date was that? I actually filed that. June 8th, 2015. June 8th, 2015 is the day that I actually signed that decision, and that was the decision, essentially. Well, it was a decision where, as you probably will recall, on April 8, 2015, 2 females, the same-sex couple, Kathleen and Loretta, applied for a marriage license from the Vital Statistics Office of our Department of Public Health and Social Services. And their application was rejected because they were informed by an employee that marriage licenses were not to be issued to same-sex couples under Guam law, which defined marriage as the legal union of persons of opposite sex. So that was yeah, you're right. So that was a decision that I later found that particular law was unconstitutional. I followed our precedent with the Ninth Circuit, and yeah, that's right. I didn't even think about the date, but you're right, Sabrina, reminding me that the date is coming up in a few days.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, so almost 6 years to the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Your Honor, I know like the official theme of this panel discussion is equality and inclusivity in the workplace in the community. So you said, now the court has been, you can't say you've been asked to embrace it because, this is such a big part of our culture, but to celebrate diversity and inclusivity. So how do you as a leader, disseminate this message down to the rest of your staff and, diversity is a positive thing, and we have to celebrate this. We have to foster this in order to be, the best performing organization we can.
Well, that's a good question. So how we actually foster it within the judicial branch, and I'm not just speaking about my little court here in the territory. We have to send in reports on how diversified is our court. Like, do we have people of color? Are we hiring people that are representative of our community? Another issue is, do we have any persons that belong to the LGBTQ plus community? And the answer is yes, I do. I do have. You're going to see Tanya Munoz, one of my judicial inspectors. She works here. She's one of them. My chief probation and pretrial officer, Kim Walmsley, is also a member of that community. So we like you said, it's all about civility. It's all about respect, no matter where walks of life you come from. And it's not just a matter of something that we have to report in, but I think it's just something that we just do naturally on Guam. I think Guam in and of itself is very inclusive.
Mm-hmm. What struggles remain, Your Honor, as far as what you can see from your vantage point, as far as maybe the understanding of where these different communities and how we all fit in as one big family on this island?
Well, you know what? One of the things that kind of puzzled me, I mean, I know maybe because I'm older or I'm just not as in tune with it, but like, the pronouns like her, she, he,
mm-hmm.
all that. Everybody's, but I didn't even the first time I saw that was just recently, and I was like, why is that up there? I didn't understand that. Now I do. I'm starting to understand. So those are things that sometimes you just don't know what's going on until you're kind of like thrown into it, immersed in it. I think that's one thing. Another thing, that as I was leaving the house this morning, Jason, I was listening to the news, and obviously I can't comment on my opinion, but there's this whole issue of whether trans athletes can actually be allowed to play in certain sports. Like, so if you're a trans person,
that's a big one. Yeah,
that's a big one, and so that is going to hit the courts. I mean, that's already hitting the courts.
Mm-hmm.
That I think that's something. That's a big question mark. What's going to happen there?
Mm-hmm.
And I think also you always hear the same debate, and obviously, I want to learn from these panelists who are going to speak to us and educate us and sensitize us and, and make us more aware of what's going on in their lives and how we can be more accepting or more educated and more sensitive
mm-hmm.
about members of our own family. I mean, I was telling one of my brothers the other day, I go, not many people know this, but like my dad had about 14 brothers and sisters, and one of them was gay from the very beginning. I mean, he told us, it was very open.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one was actually married, was in the military, and then had children and so forth. And then he announced that he didn't want to be married any longer, and he wanted a gay relationship. And so that was kind of like, we were like, what? How did that happen? We weren't sure about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can that actually happen? And so there's always a debate. I think, and the debate still rages, and maybe I'm wrong, but at least I always hear it. Is it something you're born with, or is it something environmentally induced? You hear
mm-hmm.
that. I'm sure you heard that too, Jason, as a news reporter.
And your perspective is so interesting, Your Honor, and I would say so merited, because you're as the co-moderator of this forum, you're going to ask the right questions, and I would say, are you going in with a set list of questions that you want, or do you plan on just letting it happen organically and just say, like, let's start the dialogue and everything like that, and we'll just, we'll let.
No, you know what? To be honest with you, I think it's better to because I'm not 100% on knowing everything about the LGBTQ plus community. I'm not. I mean, even as I handled that case in 2015, I remember speaking later to the author of the Ninth Circuit case, Judge Walker, who's really, really a good judge, and he wrote a great opinion. He had a long trial in that matter, and just even speaking to him, he was openly gay, and just getting his perspective was really very enlightening to me. But I will say that I would prefer that. I think it's better for me, and I think also fair to the panelists, that we just don't do a shotgun approach and just ask any question. Or I think it's better that we ask questions, or frequently asked questions, or even questions that may be relevant to them. I was just on last month was Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, as you recall. Ninth Circuit asked me to be on a panel with a Japanese circuit judge, Judge Tashima, a Korean circuit judge, heritage, a Vietnamese, and a Korean, Japanese, Filipino. Oh yeah, Filipino, and then myself, who I'm Chamorro Pohnpeian. My mom is part Pohnpeian Japanese, and my father's Chamorro. So anyway, I appreciated that they sent us questions, because every one of us have different experiences as a Pacific Islander, Asian American. I mean, what bias, what harassment we may have experienced in our life, or bullying and so forth. But it was just good to hear that, because you had like an older, our age difference was pretty sparse. I mean, it was pretty, not sparse, but pretty, it was far, one was like in the 80s, and probably the youngest one's like in his 30s. And I think that was really good for us to at least have the questions ahead of time. And if we felt uncomfortable in answering a question, we could tell the moderator ahead of time, and that was Judge McEwen. So I appreciated that. And I think that's why I wanted to afford me and actually Judge Berdallo, because Judge Berdallo was going to be the moderator. Actually, Judge Berdallo was supposed to be the moderator, but and I think he would have been a great moderator. But he's got a conference that he's going to be attending.
And maybe now to proxy for the community at large, since you will be sitting on there, as a lawyer and as from your bench, as long as I've known you and the many interviews I've done with you that I've been fortunate to do over the years and everything, civil liberties are always such a huge part of what you believe and what you practice and everything. So, maybe can you give a little bit of insight as far as your understanding, like right now, about where we need to be with civil liberties? You were talking about the gender identification, or the self-identification with pronouns and like things like that.
Well, I think with those things, I mean, we just have to be educated about it. I think what's really nice about the Ninth Circuit, Jason, is the Ninth Circuit, our circuit is a leader amongst all the circuits in the nation. And we have a diversity and workplace website. We have a very strong Chief Judge Thomas, and all even some of the prior chief judges before him that have really pushed for diversity and acceptance. And so these type of outreach events, which are encouraged by them and also by Washington, D.C., I think are very important. I don't know if you know this, but the very first openly gay judge, federal judge in the nation, she was nominated in 1994. And she was so she was nominated by President Clinton. She was a Black American judge. And what was interesting in her, so as I did the research on this, at her hearing, at her U.S. Senate hearing, because we all, as you know, we all have to go through a U.S. Senate hearing for nomination, for our confirmation. They never brought up that the fact that she was gay. It wasn't even discussed. Yeah. So I found that quite interesting.
Because how should that have any bearing on your ability to conduct your job? And you brought up like the thing about our transgender brothers and sisters and participation in athletics. And I mean, I grew up playing volleyball, and it's pretty much like a known fact that a substantial amount of the volleyball community belongs to the LGBT community. And at the end of the day, if you're a really good, a proper competitor, you just say, I don't care, and it doesn't matter to me, what you are, can you play? I guess I shouldn't say I don't care. It's like, it doesn't matter to me, and I'm not going to have some sort of discrimination against you based on what you, how you self-identify and everything like that. Are we going to work towards the same goal? And maybe that's a metaphor for society in general. I'm not sure.
Well, you make a good point. So traditionally, like I played volleyball too, and traditionally you have the boys volleyball team and the girls volleyball team. You have the boys football team and the girls football team. And now, like through the years, then they have mixed volleyball teams. Yep. I guess with the NCAA, with Title IX and so forth, the question is, should some people think that there's an advantage that male, like if you're born a male, you might have an advantage of being a stronger athlete, a fiercer athlete. You just hear those things. That's not necessarily true. Mm-hmm. But there are many people that believe that. I don't know what I don't know if it's a science thing that we have to talk about. I don't know. The issue has not landed in my court, not yet. I hope it doesn't. I'm just joking.
I was going to say, there's a few people at public health who are really good at genetics who normally would probably be able to participate, but I think they're quite busy these days working on a couple other things.
Yeah. But anyway, so I think it's just a matter of, it's a matter of mindset, Jason.
Exactly.
We're traditionally used to boys and girls. It's like boys' restrooms and girls' restrooms. Do I want to so if you have somebody who's trans and they see themselves as like a female, should the trans person be allowed to go into a female bathroom? And so that particular issue has been raging as well, as you know, Jason. Mm-hmm. So those are things that, but if the legislature and the community are not able to resolve it, then where does it go? The last resort, the courts.
Exactly. Well, Your Honor, this is going to be the Pride Month Equality, and I love that play on words. The panel discussion on Tuesday, June 29th, so it's going to be later on this month, but we'll catch up with you later on if we can, Your Honor, to get some more information about that. 11 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. You can register at guambar.com, but it is open to the public, so this is for the community at large, and we thank you for making that available to everybody on Guam.
Yeah, and another good thing is so that I can put in a plug for the Guam Bar Association with all the Guam Bar officers, certainly. Jackie Terlahi, Meenakshi Hamlani, and the others, Jay Ariel and the rest. The thing is, it's open specifically to the Guam Bar so they can get credits. So they'll get their continuing legal education credits. And so we're pretty excited. And just one last thing, the play on equality. So you saw the teacup?
Yep.
So let me just say, don't give me all the don't give me all the credit. It's my staff. It's Stacy McDonald Flores and Haley Gibbons.
It's very clever.
Yeah. Well, no. So the thing is, they're going to have tea. We're going to actually have tea that day. Guam Bar Association is going to. I'll let them announce what they're going to do with the tea stuff. But we're actually going to have a tea reception after.
Very nice. Well, we can't wait to cover this for you, Your Honor. And as always, we thank you for your time, and we thank you for your participation and your leadership, and maybe to Sabrina's point with the whole plum tomatoes and everything like that, your humility.
All right. Well, let me just say on the tomatoes, we're going to have the final winners, if you will, the final fours, or I'm not sure it's final fours. The championship winners will be announced on Saturday. So hopefully, I don't know if Sabrina's is in there. I hope so. Well, she'll get an award. But thank you, Jason, and everyone and Sabrina for having us on.
Right on. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good to see you as always.
All right. 9:59. A lot of takeaways this morning, Sabrina.
Oh, for the show?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a case. A hearing should be getting underway any minute now with the former police officer, former DOC officer, appearing in the District Court of Guam. It is a sealed case, so we're not sure if we're allowed to go inside, but the reason they sealed it is because it's part of an ongoing drug trafficking investigation.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a pretty big deal.
Juicy.
Then we heard from Chima Mbokwem
Yeah.
about the recent positive cases. So he kind of broke it down for us that in the past 7 days, there have been 44 positive cases, and a majority of those individuals were not vaccinated.
And we've talked about vaccination a lot on the show. So some of the reasons why and why not people haven't get. If we have motivated you to get vaccinated, the mall is just opening right now. So the mall was giving vaccinations starting at 8 o'clock. You can still get vaccinated until high noon today at the Ostumbo Senior Citizen Center in Dededo. If we have encouraged you to go get your shot.
Mm-hmm. We also want to just put out this reminder because tomorrow there's going to be this hybrid public hearing on a resolution, I want to say it's 93, and this is the legislature's a spending plan for ARPA money. And they are encouraging people in the community to participate. They want to hear your ideas on how you think this more than $600 million should be spent, and also your input regarding the legislature's plan. So that's at 11 o'clock. It'll be streaming on the Guam Legislature's YouTube channel, but just contact Speaker Therese Terlahi's office to get the link on how you can participate.
Right on. It's 10 o'clock. We're saying goodbye now. It's been a great show, guys. Not like goodbye with capital G. We're coming back tomorrow. Okay? Until then, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. The only thing we use a capital G here is Guam.
That's it. Joe, sir, great job. Master Control, awesome. Remember, we got year 6 with our primetime KUAM News broadcast. Leaving you with this one here. Unit Fresi. We're KUAM FM Agotni Guam. Esta. Adios.